World.
We moved here recently. I didn't even think twice about calling anyone else but Galaxy to come do this house.
March, when spring springs into action. Is your AC ready? Beat the rush. Save money. Just $39 for the Fix-It 24/7 Extreme Clean. You'd pay hundreds elsewhere. But for new customers, the Extreme deal, $39 for the Extreme Clean, up to 2 hours, will get rid of the #1 killer of ACs, dirt. Increase efficiency up to 30% with a no breakdown guarantee. FixMyHome.com.
Fix it 24/7. We'll be there on the double.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote, 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now. 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070. Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Mid-70s coming in for your Tuesday. Temperatures today are going to be above average. We've got a little bit more cloud cover and a little bit more wind as well. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch. And they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. The next round of Trump tariffs set to take effect at midnight. The White House insisting that countries are lining up to negotiate down their surcharges. Here's ABC White House correspondent Karen Travers.
President Trump says a delegation from South Korea is traveling to the U.S. to meet with his administration to discuss trade following his phone call with the acting president there. The president on social media said there's a probability of a great deal for both countries, but gave no specifics of what he's looking to negotiate. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Tuesday morning officials from Vietnam will be coming to Washington this week, and the Japanese are also eager to start talks. Bessent telling ABC News.
And I think you're going to see a couple of big trading partners do deals very quickly.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The Dow jumped at the opening bell. It was up more than 1,400 points at one point this morning, but has since fallen back down to 750, same with the S&P, which is now below 100. This is ABC News. The Supreme Court has ruled that the Trump administration can continue the deportations of those Venezuelan gang members to El Salvador under an 18th century War Powers Act, but that those deported must be given hearings first. The High Court also not ruling yet on one of the migrants who was sent to El Salvador through a clerical error.
Chief Justice John Roberts essentially calling a timeout here, giving the court more time to consider the case of Kilmar Albrego Garcia. He is a Maryland man in the United States legally, who the government admits it mistakenly deported to that El Salvador prison. The administration does not want to return him. A lower court judge has ordered that the administration bring him back to the United States. The administration argues that exceeds the power of the judiciary and interferes with the president's ability to carry out foreign affairs.
ABC senior national correspondent Terry Moran. Third national title for the Gators. The Cougars denied their first. The score of last night's NCAA men's basketball championship: Florida 65, Houston 63. This is ABC News.
You pledged your life to serve, to make our country stronger, safer, more free, more equal. You worked tirelessly, made sacrifices, missed first steps and birthdays, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the setbacks endured. We see lessons applied and passion driving you upward and forward. We don't see all the masks you wear, but we hope you can set some aside. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your past, your fears, or your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see hope, a path forward, a future. We see all veterans. We see you. An opportunity to help you achieve a new mission, whatever that may be. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit maketheconnection.net.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Secretary of State Jenna Griswold announced this week she is running for Attorney General in 2026.
At this moment in time, we really need a strong, proven leader as Attorney General. We are seeing our rights and freedoms being attacked by the Trump administration, and I have the experience standing up to Trump and MAGA extremists.
Griswold hoping to replace Phil Weiser, who is term limited and running for governor. Former State House Speaker Crisanta Duran and Boulder County DA Michael Dougherty have also announced they are running for the post. A groundbreaking trial is underway in Denver. 45-year-old Michael Correa is the first non-U.S. citizen to ever be tried in a federal court for torture committed in another country. Correa is from the Gambia, and he's been accused of torturing at least 6 people in that country in 2006. He came to the U.S. in 2016 and never left, eventually settling in Denver. He was arrested in 2019, charged with multiple counts related to the alleged torture. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Well, accident still clearing up northbound at University, backups into the tech center from about Orchard. It's still tight, but it looks like we're starting to break a little bit there. Better just hang in there, kind of keep to the left. Everything was on the right side. 270's running pretty busy, both directions through Commerce City. We're still seeing some slowing I-25 south coming into downtown through Spear. No other big problem spots. May see some rock scaling today. So far, I-70 still wide open. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms?
We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Beat the spring cleaning rush. Book now for the best carpet cleaning ever with ZeroResDenver.com. Starting at just $114 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. I know it's the best because I've tried the rest, and no other carpet cleaning comes close. No soaps, chemicals, or residue. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. You won't find a better time. 3 rooms, $114, $75 off duct cleaning. 471-5150.
Hard work and dreams lead to success, but easily filing your taxes with TurboTax and Credit Karma doesn't hurt either. Make filing taxes a walk in the park, because we'll pre-fill your info for you so you can file quickly and confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with expert help. Let's go! Being powered by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer, and we'll show you all your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com.
Grateful for President Trump.
I think he's doing a great job.
The right place.
The next 4 years.
For your kind of talk.
Just going to be incredible.
Can't wait.
Denver's talk station.
A nice, healthy conversation.
Definitely moving in the right direction.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255 here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life just a little easier. Today, we're going to be talking a bunch of stuff, but here's the bottom line. Today is all about personal economy, what we're living with, what to do about it, and also real estate and anything near and dear to your heart and pocketbook. But personal economy, that means keeping more of the money you earn, earning more money if you can, avoiding scams, liars, cheats, ripoffs, and getting the most value. Our biggest problem is, and I don't know how to put this, but I swear to you, I've tracked it during the last couple of recessions. I lived through two of them. I mean, more than that probably, but two major ones that I remember in my life. Actually, three. When I first came here to Colorado in 1980, we were going into a recession, somewhat of a recession in the 80s. Then we had one in 2008. Well, maybe there were just two then. 2008 was the next big one. So the problem with the recession is that it's brought on by the perception of recession. People anticipate it, therefore put off making certain purchases, maybe puts off certain things, and people get a little hesitant. Let me give you an example how hesitation can create a problem that's not there. If you have a major crash on a highway, you have people slowing down to watch, and it has a ripple effect through traffic. That wreck has a ripple effect. And it's actually a wave. And as traffic slows down, it comes to a stop, then starts up again. There's a major traffic jam right before that spot and right at that spot, even after the accident is removed. In fact, it can be for any reason. If people slow down, it's going to cause a traffic jam. No matter what, if there's nothing causing it, but people think they should slow down. People think they should stop spending a lot. People think, well, we're going into a recession. Therefore, I must sell off my stock. I must go to cash. I must stop buying major purchases. As people think that, and more people think it, it becomes a reality. It is totally perceptionomics. I talked about perceptionomics back in 2008. It did not have to happen. It was literally brought on by the fear. Recession was brought on by the fear of recession. Just like a panic attack becomes a thing unto itself. You fear fear. You fear losing control. And that's really what's going on when it comes to the economy. People fear, people hold off. I have Frank Duran, the real estate man, with me today. Frank, your headset's right there, bro. So anyway, I'm sorry to toss that. I wanted to ask you something, Frank. Do you find perceptionomics, does it play a role in real estate right now?
Hey, Tom, good morning. You know something? Every recession, except for 2008, which was housing driven, has lowered interest rates. So what a lot of people don't realize is when rates drop like that, it makes homes more affordable. And ultimately, that strengthens the prices. So I think a lot of that, too, besides 2008, tends to help with interest rates.
Okay, but I'm not talking about an actual perception, but the fear of a recession. Do you find customers now waiting because they're not sure what the economy is going to do?
They get hesitant, Tom, because I get a lot of calls from people. They say, Frank, what do you think I should do? When's the best time to sell and buy? And you sense some hesitation from certain people, and they say, yeah, I think we're going to wait and see what happens here with rates or wait and see what happens here with the economy. So I do hear quite a bit of that, Tom.
All right. So bottom line is there's no reason to wait. Are prices up, down, all around? Where are they, Frank?
Well, right now, prices remain strong. The median's around $599, and average days on market's about 43 days, Tom. So although days on market's longer, prices still remain strong in Denver. I don't see prices dropping anytime
What
soon.
about inventory? Shortage or too many?
You know what? We still have a shortage, except for, I would say this, except for in the condo, the attached market, that's been a little tougher. There's a lot more certain price segments, Tom. It's been tougher with condos. But I'd say overall, we still have a housing shortage. We're under 3 months of inventory right now overall.
All right. Let me go to the phones, 303-713-TALK. I want to talk to Jana about CenturyLink. Jana, what's happening with you? Hello, Jana.
Hi, Tom.
What's going on?
I'm hoping that you can help. I'm hoping you can help my sister with her landline.
What happened?
She lives out in rural Albert County, and she contracts with CenturyLink for her phone service. Okay. And about 3 weeks ago, she started having problems with her reception.
What do you mean her reception? It's a regular landline?
It is a landline.
And what do you mean her reception? What happened?
Her calls cut in and out. So she'll say a few words, and then the person responding, she cannot hear them. And it goes in and out and in and out. And
did you verify it by listening, Jana?
Oh, yes. I've had a number of conversations that we have not been able to complete because she can't hear me.
May I ask something? And I ask this of Jana. Jana, I ask this of everyone. I'm just going to ask you this. Does cell service get out there where she could have a phone that uses cell service instead? Because there's pretty cheap cell services, and it's just, they're so much better than landlines. I'm just asking, does she have cell service out there?
It's intermittent as well.
Okay.
And when I lived out there 10 years ago, we had no cell service whatsoever.
Well, yeah, 10 years ago you wouldn't have.
Most of the neighbors use satellite.
Oh, they do. So they get like a Starlink or something, and then have an IP phone?
Yes.
But is that too complicated for your sister?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it's probably going to be more money than she would want to spend.
Okay. So, Jana, tell me what you've done about it so far.
Okay. So she tried to get them for about 2 weeks, and she could never get a live person on the line. So I started calling. And I got somebody to call her back and set up an appointment. This was maybe a week and a half ago. So she waited close to a week for her appointment day, and they require that she be there from 8 to 5 p.m. They won't give her a window, which means she has to cancel her medical appointments to stay home.
Okay, so where do we stand right now? Did they ever come out or not?
4 times they've broken their appointments, and I've talked to supervisors, I've talked to very nice people, I've talked to people who were blatantly lying to me about setting up appointments, but no, she's never had anybody come out yet.
Okay. So they actually have never kept an appointment. Hold on. Suze, don't we have someone over at CenturyLink? I thought we did. 303-713-TALK, 713-825. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to look into our contact over there during the break. Hang on. And then we have other calls coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And remember, we are here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. So call if you have a problem right now. And Renew Home Innovations is they make the most beautiful bathrooms with sheet porcelain for your walls, the shower system, backsplashes, whatever you want, even wainscoting. Renew Home Innovations, exclusively to them. Sheet genuine porcelain that is just unbelievably beautiful. They can do your shower, your walk-in in just a few days, and you have various times to pay back with various interests depending on the plan. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Yep. Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about.
Son of a...
401k. If you have changed...
I didn't mean to have this run first. God dang it.
...considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting.
No, sir.
401ks
Who's doing
often
it?
have limited investments.
What's your name?
Okay.
Options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405.
Here you go. Sorry about the delay.
20-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Look, I know you're bombarded about what to do in retirement, for retirement, in retirement, before retirement. Let's just put it this way. The people at Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies specialize in that, getting you ready for retirement. That doesn't mean selling you something. That doesn't mean any particular one thing. It means a combination of things. Investing, keeping it safe, income, medical needs, insurance needs for long-term care, everything in between. If you have a Roth, an IRA, a 401k, what are you going to do? Spend them down, or are you going to turn them into something? Whatever it is, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies can help you. rpcenter.com. Call them and they'll explain what they do. You can ask them about your specific circumstance. You don't have to obligate yourself. The number 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. Okay, I love the words discount bath because baths are so expensive. With Discount Bath, you get the benefit of having the most beautiful baths at a discount. Whether it's a fix and flip, a rental, or your dream home, they have different levels of designs, different levels of equipment, different levels of materials. But they have one thing in common. They're all quality, and you get the biggest bang for your buck. What you do is go to discountbath.com right now. Get an uplink once you prove you're a person. Get an uplink where you can upload some video from your phone. So walk around and say, I want to move this toilet. I want to move this sink. I want to expand this sink. I want to do a walk-in here. I want to do this. I want to do that. Whether it's in your hallway, your Jack and Jill bath, your master bath, or the one in the bath in the basement, roughed in. Discountbath.com. You upload the video, you get a price without ever talking to them. Now, you can talk to them if you want. They're nice people, Chris and his team. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322.
Thank you.
Okay. So now I got my camera ready here. Okay, Frank, let's...
So do you think you were possible ripoff? Gotcha. Hold on.
Sound like it was someone walking.
Mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories. Mid-70s coming in for your Tuesday. Temperatures today are going to be above average. We've got a little bit more cloud cover and a little bit more wind as well. I'm the Fox 31 People Weather Meteorologist Kylie Burst.
This is Lee Levine, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how the sport of basketball was invented to lead people to God. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. As you know, calls always take priority on the show, so I'm going to get to your calls. We do have an angel over at CenturyLink. Sue's just texted me. So we're going to send that over, Jana, to CenturyLink and try to get you an answer for your sister. Kachina, you can get her information for follow-ups. Cynthia says she believes there's a ripoff going on. Now, I'm not sure what or where. So, Cynthia, what's happening with you?
Well, I went to an eye doctor, and, you put your trust in a doctor thinking that they're really going to help you.
Now, what kind of an eye
And
doctor?
he
Was
told-
it for eyesight or something with the eyeball?
With the eyeball.
Okay, so was it an
And-
ophthalmologist?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and he said that I have dry eye, which, okay, that's what it is. But he sold me an electric heated dry eye relief mask for $1,000. And when I go on the maker site itself, it's only $199.
What?
So I'm almost
Wait a minute.
charged
Wait a minute.
$1,000.
You bought the same exact thing from the doctor, and how often do you wear this mask?
You're supposed to wear it nightly for about 10 minutes. And I never took it out. I only took the cellophane off.
How much
But he
did it
won't
cost?
return my $1,000.
Are you kidding me? And you saw it on sale where?
Well, on the website of the maker itself.
Well, what does he say about that when you told him?
He won't return my calls. That's
Now,
the
that
whole
doesn't
problem.
sound to me like an ophthalmologist. Was this an MD or is this an eye doctor or an optometrist? What is it? Do you know?
Let me double check.
Because
He
it doesn't
is,
sound it doesn't sound to me like an MD surgeon or an MD ophthalmologist is going to be doing that.
He is an MD.
He is?
He is an MD.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is crazy. Now, we can have someone get a release from you and try to call and talk to them. Did you pay for it on credit card?
Yes.
Why don't you dispute it on the credit card, saying that you were it was misrepresented?
Okay. What do I do with the product? Just keep it until he decides to do something?
Well, that depends on what the credit card company says. Tell them that it was not as represented, that you could have gotten it for $199. They charge you $1,000, and just dispute it. And I would return it to the doctor.
Okay.
That's what I would do, Cynthia. Now, I want you to stay in touch with us.
Okay.
I want to know how that dispute goes. I'm not just telling you this to get rid of you. I mean, I really want. We're going to help you here.
That.
No. So you start that first. But listen, what's really important is you have the appointment with him, then you have the item. Did you pay $1,000 for the appointment and the item, or just the item?
I went through Medicare for the appointment that was charged to Medicare, and then the $1,000 I paid on my credit card.
Okay, that's good. That's the one you want to dispute.
Tom?
Yes.
Okay.
There's
Okay,
several of these online for $79 to $200.
Are you kidding me?
I went to I went to the maker itself, so I thought, I'd be, with the maker, and it's like $199 if I bought it from them directly.
Wow. This is unbelievable. Thank you for telling us about it. Cynthia, you do that dispute on the 1,000, then call us back and let us know. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. That is unbelievable. Okay, so we're talking about personal economy and what's called perceptionomics. I'm going to give some advice here, and I hope you take it. I'm going to give some advice on perceptionomics. The worst thing you can do right now is knee-jerk react and do a massive sell-off of quality stocks. If you have quality stocks, if you have quality companies, they're not going to hell overnight. Don't knee-jerk react to the ups and downs. Stay the course. Quality will remain quality. Everything rises and drops according to perception. That's what the entire market is. It's always perception. And the worse the perception, the more dire the perception, the higher the ups and downs, the higher the ups and the lower the downs, the more what they call volatility. But if you bought based on fundamentals of the company and not day trading up and down, you can ride through it and recover. The important thing is look for buying opportunities as well. How many times has the stock market dropped? Think about that. But it always seems to rebound. Why? Because institutional money, all the 401ks, all of the money invested has to go somewhere. There is no such thing as a cash investment. There are cash parking spaces, but not investments. So where that money is flooding out of the market, that money will have to come in. As it floods out, prices go down. As prices go down, there are buying opportunities for when it floods back. That's not being overly optimistic. That's looking at every single cycle that has ever happened in the stock market. Absolutely ever. It's never failed. Think about that. So the perception that we're going into recession is going to cause one. Every day on the news, they say so-and-so says there's a 60% chance. And then they say so-and-so says there's an 80% chance. They've just upgraded it from 60 to 70% chance. Who is saying that and how? What metrics are they using? They have none. There's no metric to measure a recession. A recession is something that comes as a result of perception. It's people aren't feeling good about the economy. So what they do are massive sell-offs. They do withdrawals. Employers in anticipation of the recession. Remember, still a perception. Employers let people off and lay people off when they really have the same exact demand, but they're anticipating less demand. Then you have consumers anticipating a recession and therefore won't buy something and they put it off. And that causes a decrease in demand. It all happens like a herd of animals. I swear to God. And no matter how much I preach this, it happens all the time. And it's based on nothing. Absolutely nothing. The absolute fundamentals have not changed. So Frank Duran, the real estate man, is with me today. I want to shift that to where it goes to real estate. Frank, what's the most you've seen the real estate fluctuate as far as houses during this time from January onward?
Tom, really good question. The biggest fluctuate I see is obviously when you get past the holidays, right? You see that slowdown.
Is it lower for the holidays?
Oh, yeah, it is.
So prices come back pretty strong. Then what happened? In this particular economy, we had the inauguration. Everyone was up.
Yeah.
Now we're having some hesitation.
Right. We're seeing some hesitation. But
is it affecting the actual real estate market?
So far, I've seen more of a surge this month than the previous months before.
A surge meaning what?
Like more buyers getting in the market.
Really?
Yeah. But, you know, this is a strange thing, Tom, because usually if you look at the last 4 or 5 years, we peaked usually around May or June. Last year, we peaked in April, which was really strange.
And what is it looking like now? Are we peaking?
We're starting to make that nice climb right now. But what's going to be interesting.
When you say a climb, do you mean sales or buyers?
I'd say both. I'd say both overall. But here's what happened last year was really strange, Tom, because we had this curveball where suddenly more inventory jumped in the market. Rates had went up. Buyers fell out of the market. And so May, June, July, when the market's really supposed to pick up momentum, Tom, we had really dropped. September was rough. But watch this. When the Rates dropped by 50 basis points. You remember when that happened?
Yeah.
We saw a bounce back in October. So if we look at it a graph, we bounced back and the market came back. So the funny thing is when rates drop even a little bit, mortgage applications went up about 7%, which really created more demand in the market.
Okay, so really what you're saying is it's fluctuating, but in general, following the same patterns.
Up to this point.
Tiny fluctuations within the general pattern.
Yeah, up to this point, Tom. Now, what I'm watching, and believe me, I study the market every morning. What I'm watching is to see how we react when we get past April heading into May, June. We get that real prime season. Do we peak in June again, or do we do what we did last year and peak in April?
All right, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. It is amazing to me how we go through these things, but we do. And the thing is, we can get through them if we use common sense. By the way, Fix It 24/7 has the extreme clean. Get it done now on your air conditioner before you have to use it. With the no breakdown guarantee up to 2 hours, they take that thing apart to the extent they can and clean the hell out of it. That's right. It's for $39. Unheard of. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape right now. Northbound at University is gone on that crash that had things backed up into the tech center. It's a little slow from Hampton, pushing up towards downtown, but minimal delays at this point. 270, maybe a little bit of traffic there around Vasquez, and I-25 north up around 84th. Looks like it was bogging down just slightly. No major difficulties out here. Got construction work on Wadsworth at Morrison out of Lakewood. That's really backing up traffic, as well as Santa Fe northbound at C470 out of Highlands Ranch. Got backups there also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms?
We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, let's talk about American financing. Here's what I want to tell you. You've not heard me talk about this before, but it's very important. I want you to listen. People are buried in high interest debt, especially when they've been using their credit cards as a friend or extra income. What you want to do is be sure that you don't get into any more debt. And right now, American financing, the wonderful thing about American financing, it's helping people to become independent of high interest debt with equity loans. What I want you to do is take a look at American Financing Program. They have no upfront fees to get started, and all you have to do is contact them at americanfinancing.net. Now, here's the important thing, okay? They will help you get a home equity loan while you keep your lower rate loan. The rates have dipped into the low 5% or into the 5% area. So I want you to contact American Financing. That's americanfinancing.net. Tell them that Tom Martino told you to call. That's americanfinancing.net. Do it before you get too buried in high interest debt. Or it may be wise to maybe consolidate other debts as well. You can even pay off that portion of the mortgage faster if you do it that way. So contact americanfinancing.net. All right. Recover Your Hair is a program where you can get hair transplants in a foreign country by an MD and save a ton of money. Now, I'm not telling you not to get good medical care. This is the same kind of transplant you'll get in America. Your hair will start growing the very next day. Okay? The very next day. All you have to do is contact them. You go on this trip to Istanbul, Turkey. I'm not kidding. And it was started by a local man who went over and did it himself. You'll save money. You'll get an exotic vacation, a few days, or you can take a week or more. Whatever it is, you're going to save money. And you'll still have a hair transplant. You get a follow-up visit, and then you come home. 970-534-0676, recoveryourhair.com. recoveryourhair.com. Okay, now, I can't believe this happened. I was totally without a script for American financing. I went there, and all of the scripts were gone. There was nothing there. God damn it, son of a bitch.
Or do you have an issue with a medical doctor or exact? Got it. Okay. Hang on for me.
Kelly, it's nice to hear your voice there.
Hi.
Hi.
It wasn't restaurant. I just turned my head. Yeah. Well, it's right by the Honda dealer that I bought the. Across the street, or yeah. So that's why I think I took a look at it. And I want to say it's an ethnic.
Because there's a lot of those right around Home Depot and stuff.
Do we even have 4 on the board? Is Mark on? Because he's got to do Denver region.
I haven't heard him.
It's almost if you don't pay attention to things, they change on you.
Yeah.
I see the weight loss medicine is going down. I was holding his price.
I don't know if Mark is on its strict. Oh, God damn, I can't talk. Administrative leave, but if he is, the next break you got regen there.
They scared me more on hair loss than anything. And that's all I got going for me, my hair. I can't lose any of it.
I saw some TikTok video yesterday or over the weekend, and a picture of an airplane, like the inside of an airplane. All these people were coming back from Istanbul, all
yeah, hair,
their hair stuff. I mean, that must be big business over there.
Well, what worries me, I don't know why I always pick on this guy, because I know he's got millions. It would seem like if it worked, Ron Howard should be over there. I mean, Opie lost his hair right. About 19 or something. Or what about Prince Phillips?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
And is he divorcing Kate?
I don't know.
Man, he's dumber than a rock.
No.
6400.
Hello, Tom Martino here at 303-713-TALK, 703-8255. We're going to talk to Marissa now about her car accident. I want to tell you something. We are here every day, 24/7, helping people. I mean that. We have our deputies that go home and they take them home with us. We get emails at night. We get texts. You can always text us 24/7 at this number. I want to share it with you. Even now, you'll get right through to the show. 747-999-5280. 747-999-5280. Okay, that's a 24-hour text. You can also text while we're on the air, 57739, and that's the iHeart short code, we call it. Okay, so by the way, somebody says here in that in the iHeart text, Tom, I had a test many years ago for dry eyes, and they told me I should get artificial tears. Have for 40 years. So they have used drops. You know, I've never heard of these masks before. I mean, they sound ridiculous to me, and I think it's just a money grab. And that was a woman who called earlier. Now, Marissa, what's going on with your car accident?
So I was ran over by a car, and
wait, were you a pedestrian?
Yes, I was. I was on a scooter at a stoplight at a school zone, in a school zone, and some lady ran me over. And as she ran me over, she kept going, and the cops Okay, I ended up going to the hospital. Well, I stood on the street for a good 40 minutes.
Who called? Wait a minute.
Somebody
Were
called
you?
the ambulance.
Hold on, Marissa. Were you really hurt?
Yes, she broke my legs. I couldn't walk.
Oh my God! And
spent
and
6 and a
so
half-
did they find her?
They did, and as I was in ICU, the cops wrote me a ticket, which I wasn't at fault. You know, so as was in ICU, the cousin that I was with when I was on the scooter, she didn't get hurt. I threw her off the scooter. I'm the only one who got hurt.
Well, hold on,
She followed
Marissa.
claim law.
Marissa, I need to ask you a bunch of questions.
Uh-huh.
Did the other woman?
Go ahead.
Did the other woman who hit you? Did she get a ticket?
No, she didn't.
What? And not even for leaving the
Yeah.
scene of an accident?
No, she didn't. And the cops didn't question me, and they didn't ask about what happened. Usually they question both parties. They wrote me a ticket when I was in ICU, and I didn't even get a hand ticket. My lawyer, the lawyer that my cousin had told me after I was at ICU that they gave me a ticket. And so...
What did you get a ticket
I went and
for?
bought a car
Marissa, what did you get a ticket for?
for careless driving and result of injury.
And is the other person that was on the scooter with you, is she hurt?
Nope. She.
But she was on
I've
the.
had 12 consecutive major.
What did they say
She's on the
about?
back
Did
of
this driver hit you, or did you hit the driver?
No, the driver hit me. I was at a stoplight, at a center of a stoplight on the sidewalk, getting ready to go towards Wadsworth. She was going towards Federal.
And they
she
never
was on her
talked to
phone
you.
with her head down, and she ran me.
They never even talked to
And
you.
they never talked to me at all.
When was this accident?
No, and so I went and bought. It was on September 18th. I spent 6.5 months. I barely got out on the end of January out of the hospital. I have 12 consecutive major surgeries and 4 skin grafts.
Is anyone okay? What happened with the ticket written against you? Did you go to court yet?
So I went to court, and they, because I didn't have a lawyer, so I had to wait, and I had to file for an attorney, which I did. And because I didn't make it, I caught a warrant because I couldn't make it to Denver because the car that I purchased, they sold me a lemon, and just recently I started on fire. That's why I called you guys, because the dealership who I bought the car
Marissa,
from...
wait a
the
minute.
money that I
Marissa, we were just talking about an accident. Now you're calling about a car. Which one are you calling about today?
Yes, it's about my car, hon.
Then
That's
what
the
did
whole,
the
it's
tell
about
me
my
what
car,
this
not
whole
my house.
Marissa, excuse me. Tell me why you told me this whole story about the scooter.
Because I'm telling you how this all went about the car.
But what did the accident have to do with your car?
Because the money that I got from my accident, I purchased a vehicle that was a lemon.
Now, Marissa, I understand. Now, hold on. Just I have some questions. When you said you got money from the accident, I thought you were at fault and were given a ticket. So what kind of money did you get from this?
So there was a lawyer involved. It was an insurance claim because she was at fault.
Okay, so your attorney did end up getting you money.
Yes.
And how much did you get?
I got $4,000 out of that.
How much?
I got it was supposed to be 25, but I got 4,000.
Okay, so you got an attorney, and so the attorney turned that around.
I didn't get it. No, go ahead.
Did you say you didn't get an attorney? You said you got an attorney.
My cousin got an attorney when I was in ICU. I told you that.
I understand, but it was your attorney.
It was our attorney. She filed a claim while I was in ICU.
For both of you.
I
get it. I get it.
Yes.
It was for both of you.
Yes.
So the total settlement for both of you was 4, or did she get 4 as well?
She got 25,000 or more.
Was she hurt more than you?
She never even got hurt. Nothing happened to
Then
her.
why did she get so much, and why did
At
you only
all.
get 4?
I have no idea. That's the same thing I ask all the time. I don't know.
What's the name of your attorney?
His name is Jason Dykes.
And when you ask him about the award, what does he say?
He didn't really say much.
Well, we got to look into this
really,
case.
he
We're
never-
really. Who's in the studio? Is Deputy Bo there? Who's in the studio?
We have Dollar and we have Chopper.
Chopper, you want to look into this one? You're an ex-cop.
Yeah, I can look into it.
You're an ex-cop. No, seriously, I want to know why she only got $4,000. The other one's got this. Now, Marissa, we will take your car problem, okay? Hold on. Now that I know you're calling about a car problem, we'll get right to it. But I'm going to take Brian, then I'll come back to you right after this. 303-713-8255. Don't forget, if you need any kind of help with real estate, we got Frank Duran here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape right now. Northbound at University is gone
Is
on that
Mark
crash
there
that
to
had
do
things
this
backed up into
commercial,
the
or
tech
do I do
center.
the stem
It's a
cell
little
part?
You do it.
downtown, but minimal delays at this point. 270, maybe a little bit of traffic there around Vasquez, and I-25 north up around 84th. Looks like it was bogging down just slightly. No major difficulties out here. We've got construction work on Wadsworth at Morrison out of Lakewood. That's really backing up traffic, as well as Santa Fe northbound at C470 out of Highlands Ranch. Got backups there also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
You know, when we talk about DenverRegen.com, Mark's been talking a lot about his weight loss journey using tirzepatide. What I want to talk to you about is their stem cell therapy, because that really is a major part of their business as well. So remember, if you have painful joints and you are looking for relief from some arthritis and you want to try stem cells, I did it and I can personally attest to their effectiveness. DenverRegen.com. All right. We are in a lull right now. They call it the shoulder season, not too hot, not too cold. It's an excellent time to get your system really up to the job coming ahead for heating and cooling, and of course, mostly cooling. Now, here's what I want to tell you. When you call them for your $39 extreme clean, they will go through that entire air conditioning system, clean the condenser, the coils, every part of it, check electrical connections, and make sure it's 100% operating efficiently. That's fixmyhome.com, just $39. That's for new customers only. The Extreme Clean, 720-526-3939.
Thank you.
Just text me it, Kelly.
Brian one.
All right. What are the morons doing? I haven't talked in a long time to the morons. Hey, Mo.
All I'm saying is this Brian could be very.
Oh, I better
interesting.
switch to my own account. All right, there I am.
Am I supposed to get somebody on for Marissa, or are we just letting her?
Let's see what she's going to do with the car. Got to let her work through the car stitch.
Is Mark on yet?
And,
Is Mark on yet?
No, did you want him?
No, I thought he was going to get on, but I don't care.
It's time that you accept that. He's really been phoning it in lately.
But you gotta love Brian. You're gonna love this call.
Oh. But I want to make fun of Mark while he's not here.
Damn it.
Brian is the best right now.
I needed Mark because I need to go on and get graduation tickets. Damn it. I lost out because I was on the air. That's not fair for parents that work, you bastards, you motherfuckers.
You have to get tickets? Why don't you just come in low with the chopper, clear out a seat?
Yeah, the sons of bitches. I should have gotten my ticket. And every time I go there, it says, book now. I need tickets. How do I book tickets, you sons of bitches?
You say you want Mark on the air, but he ensues. You should just ask them to get the tickets. They're pros at that.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
They are. I mean, I think they're 2-7.
How do I know what the... I don't even know what I'm looking at here.
Hard working with
Get the VIP meet and greet package.
I don't even know what I'm looking at. Everything is booked. These bastards.
I don't think we want you at the event.
I don't even know where's the stage, for God's sakes. How do you even know what the fuck's going on here? They don't even tell you.
What school is it?
Do you know what school it is,
Yeah,
Tom?
the Parker School for Dimwits.
Oh, well, that's why the tickets are so popular. You're going to be stuck with an obstructed view, you douche.
I'm going to be nowhere. Everything's booked. These bastards.
Like most of life, on the outside looking in, Martino.
I'm tired of it.
Yep. When are you going to get yours? Here we go.
Oh boy, and start listening today.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, I am sorry. I'm a little diverted here. Let's get into game here and talk about this, because I just can't believe that this woman ends up with a ticket, then gets $4,000, and her person on their bike who wasn't hurt got $24,000. Anyway, she bought a car and got ripped off. But I want to go to Brian first. I'll go back to her because Brian's been waiting a while. Brian, what's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. About 6 months ago, I was having a lot of pain, and I went into the emergency room. And what they found out was that my stomach lining was almost gone. I only had 5% stomach lining left. I had been on medication for 3 years for my back, and from a friend of mine who's a nurse said I should never have been on that medication that long, that it will really tear you up.
Now tell me,
So
what
I'm
are the
not on it
permanent,
anymore.
hold on, Brian,
And
what are
I've
the
been on it.
permanent effects of that medication?
It tore up my stomach lining. It got rid of 95% of it, and it gave me Barrett's esophagus. It tore up my esophagus.
Now, what does that mean? Like, for example, what do you have to do? Medications or surgery or what?
That's why I'm calling. The other night it's been going on for 6 months now. The other night I spit up blood. I had to go to the emergency room again. I've been to the emergency room 5 times. I've been to a gastroenterologist twice.
What is the name of your condition? What is the name of your condition?
Barrett's esophagus.
Barrett's?
And
okay. What does it mean?
Barrett's. Yeah, Barrett's esophagus. It means that the lining in my esophagus is all torn up.
Okay, so what is the treatment, if anything?
That's why I'm calling. I've been like I said, I've been in the emergency room 5 times. Been to gastroenterologist. They have put me on no medications. I called. And they say that the doctor will get back to me. I'm on no medication.
Are you calling? Listen, are you
6 months.
calling about malpractice, or are you calling about your esophagus?
No. I'm calling about my stomach and my esophagus. I'm in as much pain now as I was 6 months ago, and they've put me on no medication whatsoever.
Okay, have you ever thought about just switching?
I don't know, maybe doc.
Have you thought about switching providers, Brian, and just finding another doctor, a GI doctor?
I've been to two emergency rooms and 2 urgent cares.
And what did they?
I keep going to different places, and they all.
And they all what?
They took an ND. They did the scope where they put it down your throat and
right,
take
an
pictures
endo.
and everything.
Right, an
and
endo.
They show me how it's all inflamed and that. And then
but there's no there's no treatment for it.
I need to change my diet. I don't know.
Who had
they say
you?
That the doctor
First of all, I want to
today and go
Brian,
over everything.
What medication were you on for the last several years?
Naproxen.
Naproxen.
Yeah, 500 milligrams a day.
What's naproxen for?
And I have a friend of mine who's a
What's
nurse.
naproxen
He
for?
said that I should never.
What's naproxen for?
Oh, I have arthritis in my spine. I have arthritis in my spine.
Okay.
And it eases the pain.
Now,
but now I can't take it anymore.
Are you
I have to
looking?
use lotions.
Are you looking to go after that doctor? By the way, for doing that?
No, I just want some kind of medication so I can heal. I can't get anybody to call me back. I can't get any doctor to prescribe anything. That's why I'm wondering if Doc is on the phone or if you can get a hold of Doc. Maybe there is no medication. Maybe I just have to give it time.
Well,
But
I'm saying,
I would
have
think
you
there's gotta be
ever
medication.
listen? Do you have a primary care person?
Yes.
Okay, what does your primary care doctor say?
She says that just change your diet. And I have. I eat all bland foods now.
Well, maybe you need to find another doctor.
Yeah, but Tom, emergency rooms, don't you think doctors in the emergency rooms? And I went to a gastroenterologist, Rocky Mountain Gastrology. They're one of the best in Colorado. And they don't even recommend any kind of medication?
Any answers. All right, hold on. Just wait. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
The hell?
This doesn't sound.
Sorry, Tom.
God, I wish we had some lives.
Some wine?
Lives.
Oh, I thought you said wine.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that was kind of funny. No, they're doing a thing on Fox where they just did a story about 1 in 50 men say they could outrun a horse. And Steve Ducey just got up off the couch and bolted off of the set. That's kind of funny. Oh, and then he just came running back to get his coffee. Good call.
Yeah. Okay, Marissa.
You know,
I don't know what's going on with you.
Now what?
Lotto fantasies to just sit and watch Fox all day. I would.
We have
on my yacht.
Painters doing my boy's house and put new siding on, and the HOA's all over his butt.
You didn't get it approved?
They didn't ask for it. They just said fix it.
And Senator Shortbus today went after the trade rep. We had Senator Bennett complaining to the poor guy at a Senate hearing. So prices are going to go up on Americans. What are you going to do about it? You said that they wouldn't go up. They're going up. Well, we said we're trying to fix your dumb fuckery.
The kid shouldn't bitch. He called, got a company for $11,000.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that.
And Steven, his buddy's only going to charge. And the guy's done the siding. He did a perfect job. So, he's just going to have to take a piece of the siding and go. Well, they can match anything. We haven't had a Drew alert. Yeah. He does it every once in a while. Proton pump inhibitor.
Huh, that's weird.
She's the pharmacist, ain't she?
We had a doctor on this morning mostly so that Marty could complain about RFK. And it's just ridiculous. Well, people should get vaccinated. Well, we shouldn't let slime in. Came up from Chihuahua, measles. Lucky it was just fucking measles. Oh my God. Monkey pox of the eyeballs or whatever.
Most even aspirin, I think.
Okay, I'm
after
sorry.
a while. It's bad.
Yeah.
I still take the little one. My doctor said do it.
Oh, I take those little baby ones.
Yeah. I call him the little St. Joseph.
That's right. Yeah, it's kind of odd. Like they give it to me as a prescription, but I think it's about probably the same price.
Oh, you
could just go down the aisle and pick it up.
You could get 3 bottles for $1.80 at Walmart. And what's so bad about it is, I open up the bottle.
Proliferation
You
of
can put all
Zoom
3 in
call
one
talking
bottle.
head interviews. It is amazing.
Just toss the other 2 away.
I won the bracket.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, well...
Nope.
At Houston. My dumb ass thought I picked Florida. I'm sorry.
Why?
I thought I picked Auburn.
Well, why'd they get flaky?
And so I stopped looking at
Is the
it
Final Four over?
until
did they
Who won?
Adam was like,
Okay, you're
Is that Houston?
leading the bracket.
It's a loss. Very last minute.
They beat Drew.
Oh, yeah.
and
And then who did they?
Florida.
And they
Oh,
lost
was it
by
Florida one then?
2 fucking points.
Kelly was like, she had Houston going all the way. She was so pissed.
Did not have Florida winning it all. Did not.
In which Florida was it? The Gators or the Indians? So many of them.
Is Mark on yet?
I do not think so.
Okay, that's fine. Fuck him.
Harsh.
Shannon and I are here.
Don't care.
I like you there, and I like. When is Dragon coming in? For God's sakes, okay.
1 hour. So 500 sniffles from now. That's when.
54 minutes.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We're solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Whatever it takes to make your life a little easier, as I've been doing for 45 years, recovering millions of dollars in cash merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Frank Duran, the real estate man, is with me today. We've been talking a little real estate. We'll talk economy, personal economy, and how to make it through these times. But right now, I want to continue with a couple problems we have here. First of all, Brian, this is, my God, it sounds like an impossible situation. Brian said he was on a certain drug for a very long time for back pain, and it ended up giving him some kind of Barrett's esophagus, which is an irritation of the esophagus and the lining. How is your stomach, Brian? Your stomach itself?
Not good.
Okay, now
Not
you
good. I
have
can't eat anything. I got to eat all bland
you
food.
basically say you're in constant pain and you don't know what to do about it.
No, I had to go to the emergency room last week again because I was spitting up blood, and my stomach felt like somebody kicked me in the stomach.
And what did the ER? What did the ER say?
There's some kind of medication.
What did the ER say when you
They
did
said that
it?
my stomach lining. They said my stomach lining is not healing.
And what did
and
they
I said,
say
is there
to
anything
do?
I can do?
And what did
And
they
said,
say
yes.
to do?
Change your diet.
Okay, so
Change
why
your
don't
diet.
you?
And I've been eating soup. I've been eating mashed potatoes.
Brian, are you calling? Are you calling because you want us to help you find health care, or are you calling about the doctor that prescribed that medication? Are you what can we do for you today? I can't help you if you have esophageal problems. I mean, what can I do for you? Are you saying there's got to be? Are you saying you're being denied health care? What is your reason for the call?
There's got to be some kind of medication I can take, and I can't get anybody to prescribe any kind of medication or to call me back.
Okay, we're gonna have Deputy. Is Deputy Doc available at home? Do you know? Kachina? Is Deputy Doc home? Because
We'll check on that.
I think what we ought to do is maybe he can research it. I think Doc should be able to. We need to give this to our Deputy Doc. No matter what, we're going to give it to Doc to research.
That would be great.
And let's see what he comes up with.
Okay, because I've done everything they told me to do. I've done everything they told me to do. I drink aloe vera, which is horrible, but I've done everything they tell me to do, and nothing's healing.
Really? I've never. So what is it?
Yeah.
Is it constantly burning and hurting, or what? Tell me.
I'll have a good day, and then the next day it just feels like hard as a knot, and it feels like somebody kicked me in the gut.
Oh man, that sucks. I'm really sorry for you, man.
Barely hear you. Let me get my headphones on.
All right, so now let's go to Marissa again.
All right, talk to me, Shannon.
Hey, I can hear you, Mark. So I don't know if you're coming over the air or not, but I can hear you. Shannon,
awesome.
Hey, Marissa.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, here's what I need to know. When you got that ticket, did you have to ever go to court for it?
Yes, I did go to court.
And what did they do at court?
So when I went to court, I asked for another court date because I wasn't at fault and I needed to get an attorney.
And so did the next court date come or not?
The next court date came, and I was in Pueblo, Colorado, and I did court virtually on the phone, and they told me I tried to file for motion to plead, and because I'm not guilty, and I don't know why I got a ticket, and so then they wrote me another court date, and the next court date I was stuck in Pueblo because the car that I had purchased is a lemon, and it started on fire, so I had no way of getting to Denver because that's where my court was. So I ended up getting a warrant for my arrest because I couldn't make it in person, and so now I have a warrant because I couldn't make it to Denver because of the car that I purchased was a lemon and it started on fire, and all I've been doing is having problems with this freaking car.
So are you still in trouble? Are you still in trouble with the courts?
Yes, I have a warrant because of this. Yes.
Okay, now tell me about the car. When did you buy it?
Okay, I bought the car at the end of January, a little bit after January, so in the middle of February. I purchased this car I put $5,500 down. Okay, I financed this car, and the dealership who I bought it from.
You put down $5,000?
Yes, I did.
And what did you finance?
I financed a 2003 Mercedes-Benz CLK 320.
Now, here's what I'm asking you.
And it was worth...
How much did you finance?
It was... I don't understand. What do you mean? How much... Oh, so it was... I didn't have no credit. I didn't have no kind of...
Marissa, I
I
need you to just answer questions, okay? This isn't working.
Mm-hmm.
You paid how much total?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying.
Here's what I'm asking. What was the price? What was the
I
price on the Mercedes?
I put $5,500 down with cash. It was $12,000.
Okay, gotcha. So you paid $5,000 down.
And I only had $5,000 cash.
I got it. I got it. And you financed around $7,000.
Yes.
The loan was about $7,000. Plus you put down $5,000 for a total of $12,000.
Right.
Is the car running right now?
No.
What is wrong with the car right now?
Because it started on fire.
Why did it start on fire?
So the car is in because the car has had severe and never been maintenance.
Okay,
since 2019 and even that.
Marissa, before you bought it, did you get it checked out?
They have a mechanic shop there. I thought that's what they do. I never bought a car from I never got a car from a dealership ever.
Let me explain something, okay? Normally, the best way to buy a car is if it's used, you take it somewhere you trust, and they check it out before you buy it. That would prevent this problem. It's too late for you. You bought it without checking.
I didn't know that at that time, and I just didn't want to spend my money. I needed a way to get around, and I needed a way to get to the doctors back and forth.
I understand, but all I'm saying is this, that no one cares. I'm not saying I don't care, but I'm saying in life, no one cares about your circumstances.
Yes, I know that.
You know what I'm saying? They don't care.
Yes,
all they care about is you bought the car, now you have to pay for it. But what I need to know is, why did it start on fire?
Because the whole time the car is just a piece of, excuse my language, the car had a broken motor. And I've only had the car for 4 months. And the other 2 months I was in the hospital. I never drove it.
How
it was
bad
in,
is the
valet
fire?
Parking,
How
so
bad is the fire?
bad.
Did it
Where
total?
the whole?
Did it total the whole car?
I almost blew up in it.
Did it
I
total
almost
the
blew up in it,
car?
put it that way.
Did it total
Yes,
the car?
it did.
Did the insurance pay
Yes,
you for that?
it did.
Did the insurance pay you?
No, they don't.
Why?
No, they didn't because my insurance don't cover engines because they don't cover the engine.
But they will cover the fire.
No, they won't cover the fire.
Yes, they
And I
will.
go through Bristol Insurance Company.
She probably
Oh,
just
I
has
think
Mark,
liability.
I have
Tom.
Bristol
Mark,
full coverage.
Mark,
I have full
hold
coverage.
on. Stop. Stop. I don't want you talking anymore. Put her on hold. I don't even want her talking. She is so stupid it defies the imagination. Here's the bottom line. I swear to God, there are people in this world that shouldn't be allowed to transact business. My God, there should be some kind of minimum standard test for people to transact business. How about first, can you fog a mirror? Number two, can you breathe and talk and chew gum and coordinate those three things? And now try walking while you're chewing gum. Here's what I'm saying. The car started on fire, Mark. She had to have had coverage for it because it was financed.
Then why wouldn't they cover it?
I don't know. That's what we have. Chopper's going to find that out. Chopper, good luck.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I want you to
Thanks,
talk to Chopper. Get your one-syllable words
Yes, sir.
ready. I want you to talk to her off the air. Now, listen, I don't mean to be mean, but this poor woman, she should not. God Almighty. That's why I have a job. That's why I've been doing this for 50 years. We listen, people. No, here's something I need to tell people. No, I'm going to wait. I'll do it right after the break. I want to give you a basic survival guide, and I swear to God, if you use these rules, people pass it on to your kids, your neighbors, your friends. So Chopper, find out why her insurance isn't covering this. Even if they don't cover the engine itself, they should cover the damage the fire made. In fact, let's get Brian Burns from Compass Insurance on to clarify that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Fix it 24/7, the extreme clean for your furnace. 303-526-3939, just $39. In fact, for your air conditioner, you should do now, and that's still $39. New customers only, fixmyhome.com.
Yep.
Retirement planning doesn't have to be complicated. Tune in to the Exact Wealth Show with John Becker and Sarah Nugent-Knoll of Exact Benefits. Saturdays at 6 a.m.
Do I have a
right
spot here?
on 630 KHOW.
Oh, yeah. Let me come
Just
up
tell
with
me that,
something here.
please.
Depression.
Yes, sir. Hang on, I screwed up. Hang on. I think there was a Fix-It and a Joe Lazara. Fix-It and Joe Lazara. Can you go in 15?
Can meet you where you're at. Our substance abuse and mental health services at the Raleigh House can provide a place where you can reconnect, find your purpose, and heal. The Raleigh House can help. Visit theRaleighHouse.com to get the help you need. That's the RALEIGH house.com.
People wonder, why do I emphasize Fix It 24/7 and the $39 Extreme Clean? Because it's just $39 for new customers or people that haven't had it done yet. They're doing this to get into your home to show you how thorough they can be. So they're going to be on their best behavior, as they are always. For $39, you get a tech there to take apart that AC to the extent they can and refurbish the damn thing. Clean the coils, clean all of the condenser, all of the relays, and they check all the wiring and the refrigerant to make sure it's at 100% level before you need it to cool your home. It's just $39, 720-526-3939. That's fixmyhome.com. If you are ever in trouble, and I hope you're not, honest to God, I hope you never need this attorney. But I'm going to tell you something. Joe Lazara has proven himself to be a friend of those in trouble. I'll tell you why. Because he makes sure your rights are preserved and that your voice is heard. Look, sometimes you're charged because you did something stupid. Sometimes you made a mistake. Whatever it is, he doesn't judge you. He represents you. Lazzara, Lazara Legal. You can find him at referralist.com or call him directly at 303-429-6200. Listen, free consultations and then flat rate price for the entire offense. 303-429-6200.
Man,
Fabulous, thank you.
Oh, crap.
Say hi to Frank, Mark.
Say hi to Frank, Mark.
Marky Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hold on one sec, guys.
Oh, he's doing something important. He's buying tickets to a graduation somewhere, Tom.
That's what I'm doing. I can't find the goddamn thing, son of a bitch.
Poor guy.
I am so pissed.
We hear that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, what is your phone number?
I shouldn't be swearing in front of a holy man like Frank.
Oh, gee. Holy man.
I'm so sorry, Frank.
That's hilarious, a holy man.
Hey, Tom, if you don't think the Pope heard that recently, holy shit, he's alive. There's no way somebody in the hospital didn't cuss in front of the Holy Father recently.
Okay, they said I was mean to this girl. Come on.
No, hey, now you guys know why I'm going to hell, right? Because I sold Hyundais in the 80s, and you'd see these people coming, and you'd know you could screw them over 8 ways from Sunday. What? People that don't have a clue. And it's fine. They may know every freaking product line at Sephora, but they don't know how to buy a car. I get it.
I don't want to talk to her until Brian confirms whether she has insurance.
I've
Well,
made an
why wouldn't
executive
she have
decision.
insurance?
I don't want.
I think she does if she was financed out of the dealer.
I need to protest. I don't think we should waste Brian's time with her talking to him. I'm saying don't
I agree
let
with that,
her
Shannon.
talk to him. Have Tom ask the questions.
That's right.
He will. He's awesome. We love him. I'm just saying, don't waste his time with.
Drew might be
I'm
an
telling
expert.
Chopper mostly. I don't want to put the two of them on the air. I understand.
Who don't you want to put on the air?
Her with Brian.
No,
You
I
think
can
she's
just
gonna
talk to him.
clarify anything for Brian?
I'll
Yeah,
do
right.
it.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't chopper. I don't understand why you're waiting for Brian. What does that have to do with anything?
He wants her to hear what he wants her to hear what he's going to say before he picks up
All
to
right.
talk to her later.
Got it.
I think I said that right.
That's correct.
I swear to God, if I hurt myself backhanding you, not you, Chopper.
I want to bring up Marissa, though. I do have a question. Just do me a favor. Tell Marissa I will
Yeah.
ask simple questions
Uh-huh.
for simple answers. That's what I want to do with her.
No.
Oh, good luck with
Yeah,
that.
no. I'm going to speak slowly and
Tell
use
her to
small
do.
words.
Tell
Yeah,
her
Tom,
we're
you're
trying
the
to
best.
help her, please, and ask her to just answer my questions.
Yeah,
You
she
know,
seems to be doing
Shannon-
good so far. What?
So there's about a half a second to you, a half a second to her. She has a half a second. Then I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Now, I need to ask Marissa some quick questions again. And Marissa, we're trying to help you. I promise we are. What kind of insurance did you have on your car?
Bristol.
Okay. Now, did the lender help you get that
Full coverage.
insurance? Did the car dealer help you, or did you go out and find it?
I went out and found it myself.
Okay. Did they require you, because it was financed, did they require you to have certain insurance and ask for proof of insurance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
full
thank
coverage
you.
insurance before I took it off the lot.
Okay, but they said since they don't cover the engine, this engine fire is on you, right?
No, not necessarily. No, they told me I needed to file a report with the cops and with the fire department.
And then did they say they would cover the fire damage?
They didn't say anything. They said that my insurance, even though I paid $300 for full coverage, they say they don't do that. I would have to file with it's the claims department, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And if they would consider it, that they would let me know, but they don't cover motors or engines. So the whole time that I had the car, the motor has already been, it was already cracked. It was just a matter of time before it fucking
but
started.
Marissa,
Excuse my language.
put Marissa on hold.
Before-
Okay. Brian Burns, theinsurancehelpcenter.com. By the way, they have a regular insurance agency. I shouldn't downplay that. But the Insurance Help Center is where they do those free insurance checkups at 303-996-9000. You can get a complete checkup of what you have, and it's straightforward and totally objective. They absolutely do not skew anything when they tell you if you have good or bad coverage. That you can take that to the bank. And if they can help you, they will. If they can't, they're going to be honest about it. Now, Brian Burns, I understand a little about what she's saying. She had an engine fire. They're saying, look, we don't cover engines. But wouldn't they cover the fire if it totaled the car, Brian?
Yes. Yeah, the fire should be covered because a fire is a covered peril. But as far as the engine itself, yeah, they're right on saying, like, they're not there to cover an engine. If the engine cracks or whatever, your insurance doesn't ever cover that.
But they will fix the car or give her the value, right?
Well, yeah, if the fire, the only thing I'm curious about is what they're trying to investigate is at the time of loss was the engine shot, in other words. Are they going to try to say, hey, we don't have to pay you for the damage on or we don't have to pay you actual cash value, which is what auto policies are. Are they going to try to degrade the loss by saying that the engine was already shot?
In other words, the car was a piece of crap before the damage.
Yeah, but I don't think I would fight that from the standpoint she's been paying insurance with the value being at a certain level. So the fact of the matter is she didn't know the engine was cracked, and the damage ultimately was caused by fire. So I think she needs to wait to see what the claims department is saying. What are they saying?
I don't know what they're saying.
Well, they
she
need
doesn't
her
even
to.
know. That's where we're going to get.
They need her to send over a report from the fire department and from the police, she said.
Yeah.
Let's go to caller Mike. Caller Mike has a comment.
This case is going to.
Caller Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, I love your comment about people have to have a certain aptitude to transact business, and it doesn't have to do about the fire itself, but I was also wondering your thoughts about the voter registration process. Should voters also, to get a registration card, have to have a certain aptitude so they can vote? Because,
oh my
for
God,
example,
if we ever tried to implement anything like that, what? They're upset that we want to simply know that they have an ID, for God's sakes. Could you imagine the furor if we said you have to have a certain aptitude, you have to have a certain knowledge or a certain whatever, because that would immediately be called racist. Again, I'm sorry, it would be, and it would be called prejudice, and it would be called bigotry. Now, in a way, I understand why they would say that. They're saying, you're purposely trying to weed people out. Look, in my opinion, everyone should have the right to vote that is of legal age and residence. But what about their aptitude? Mike, you bring up a whole ball of wax that is not part of the show today, but I don't mind if people want to comment. Could you imagine? Do you think it's fair? What if they don't have the aptitude, but they know who they want as president? Isn't that good enough, Mike? What do you think?
I don't know about that. I'm trying to get the best qualified people in office, but sometimes, people have to have logic, rational minds and everything to make that determination.
You
and a
know,
lot
Mike,
of them don't.
sometimes people
So
get
they're
elected because they have a better hair or they're taller. If you look at really at why people vote, I don't know sometimes. And again, it's called low information voter. Now, who benefits from a low information voter more than anyone? Okay. Now, Democrats are going to tell you Republicans do. Republicans are going to tell you Democrats do. Mark, I want to ask you, do you think there should be a certain aptitude to be allowed to vote?
No.
Okay. And again, that's self-interest on Mark because he wouldn't ever want to be tested. If they tested his diction, he'd never vote.
Oh, please.
Listen, Mike, thank you for your comment. What really, though, there is something called incompetence. Should people, because they are less informed and less intelligent, be more subjected to ripoffs? No, think about what I'm saying now. I'm not trying to be a nanny state, but think about what I'm saying. People like Marissa, you can sell and probably talk into something that you couldn't Suze. Okay? My executive producer, Suze. So EP Suze is less likely to be ripped off. Is that fair? Should we have some kind of minimum standard for transacting business? Well, that would be, of course.
Can you imagine what that litmus test would look like? I mean, that's
Mark,
just crazy. How would you even do it?
Now, I don't think you could. But this guy, talked about voting aptitude. But transacting business, here's all I'm thinking.
Hey, for the record, I agree with him in theory. I just have no idea how you would pull that off. Like what?
Brian is still there.
East a 10th grade education? I mean, I don't know. How do you do that? Then we have people that go to Harvard and Yale that I think are morons.
So my thing is this. People who are less intelligent get ripped off more. Is there a way to stop that? Or do we say...
I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if I agree with you. You're saying less intelligent. I would say more less savvy. There's a lot of smart people out there that could be very book smart that get ripped off for big dollars.
You're right. I don't know. But they're less something. And what I'm saying is, do they deserve to be ripped off? Seriously. I mean, because...
Well, no one does. I think it's a mentality like we have people that we both know that, here, I'll say one, Drew. Drew has been calling the show forever. Drew always finds himself in some kind of situation. It's amazing. He wanders into problems, and it's because he's looking for him somewhere in the back of that skull of his. He's looking for trouble.
No, you're right. Some people are self-fulfilling prophecies, but I just think there's something about people who are uninformed getting taken advantage of where others don't. Does that mean the ones who get taken advantage of, well, so sad, you signed it, you should have known. Is there a way, I'll tell you what it is. Our damn high schools, they waste their senior year. My son's a senior right now, and all those kids have senioritis. They've already been accepted to colleges. I mean, it's almost like they're taking up time and space. Why wouldn't they use the fourth year of high school to make you savvy? Talk about contracts. Talk about your signature. Talk about credit cards. Because as soon as you graduate, there are going to be a ton of letters in your mailbox saying you qualify for a credit card. Why doesn't school prepare kids to just be normal adults? What does your signature mean? What is a contract? What is a credit card? How does credit work?
Because they're too busy telling kids what a woman is, what a man is.
No, you're right.
Putting tampons in the men's bathroom.
No, I swear to God, I have my lifelong dream, and I need to do it pretty soon. No inside joke, but here's the deal. My lifelong dream has been to have an education course in the senior year of all high schools that would mimic a 30-day life of a consumer. Just 30 days, starting with closing on real estate, getting a loan, getting a car, going to school or going to work. I mean, just something like that. Now, we have a lot going on here, so stick around. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Water Pros, the best water system, the best prices. Why would you look anywhere else? You will never find a computerized, more qualified, and more in-depth water conditioning, softening, safety, filtration. Water Pros, their entire system right now, $39.95 for softening and everything that comes with it, including drinking water at your kitchen, reverse osmosis. You will never touch this price anywhere. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. That's Waterpros. I'm sorry, it's 5. Yeah, that's the number, 303-862-5554.
Thank you. Working on the list.
Yeah, you're on what I have to do.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Amfin, Fuller Law.
All your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're still looking at some slight delays through the tech center due to what appears to be an accident now at Arapahoe. Big concrete mixer, several vehicles there. Right lane, right shoulder, so kind of push left early. It is slow from Orchard coming through. It's not a real tight jam. 270 is a little bit heavier through Vasquez if you're coming out of Commerce City eastbound. Looks to be construction related there, and the construction down on Santa Fe continues to hold up the drive out of Highlands Ranch. It looks like both north and southbound, just south of the C470 interchange. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
You know, one of the things I recommend to people before they bother investing and saving money is get rid of high interest debt and have an emergency stash of cash. You can do that now with American Financing. You don't normally hear me talk about equity loans, but now is the time. With rates into the 5s and low 6s, think about this. Credit cards start at about 14. Most people are paying 18 to 24%. Get a home equity loan or a refi with AmericanFinancing.net. Now, I've partnered with them because I want to see consumers get out of high interest debt. Once you do that, you can prepay or you can make accelerated payments with the money you're saving. The average customer is saving $800 a month. Why don't you call them now and find out about this incredible program? No upfront fees to get started. Nothing like that. Rates have dropped. Time to take advantage. And don't use those high-interest credit cards when you can use home equity and get it done today. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net. All right. If you're ever in an accident and injured, I want the first name to come to your mind to be John Fuller. You may not hire him, but guess what? John Fuller will talk to you free of charge and give you advice, no matter if you hire him or not. Now, eventually, of course, you may want to hire him. And if you do, there's still no out-of-pocket money. It's just a percentage fee basis. He even gives his client's cell phone number that they can call or text at any time. It's a true story. You will never find this level of involvement with any other attorney. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. How much time do I have, bro?
Shoot, I only take drugs when I have to go to the
It
dentist.
says 5 minutes, but don't believe me. But
Okay.
go, and we'll get back. I just don't.
I am good, my brother. Thank you.
Frankie will get right to
Frankie!
It's actually
Those
3.5.
drugs
Frank,
are
if you want to
very,
yell 3.5 at the GIMP.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Frank, are you there? Frankly?
Frank.
Marky Mark, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing
yell
good, man.
Frank, can you yell the number 3 at what's left of Tom Martino?
The number 3?
3 minutes. He was asking how long. He now has 2 minutes 55 seconds.
Okay, 2 minutes,
Can you
55
yell
seconds,
those
Tom,
numbers?
if you can hear me.
If he's pooping, he won't be able to hear you.
Oh, that's quite the image there.
What? Well, there's no way at his age that hole is quiet.
Oh my God.
That's got to be like a disposal firing up.
So how about them Rockies?
What? They still suck.
How about those Nuggets?
Oh, I like my Nuggets.
Yeah, they just fired the coach.
Did they
What?
really?
What's his name is gone?
Yeah, Don Liu on YouTube just said it.
Oh, man.
Pedestrian.
My
I wonder
favorite
if
team,
that's
guys, was the
Denver
Boston
Nuggets
Celtics
coach.
when Larry Bird played.
Wow.
Oh, man, you're dating
Too bad you
yourself,
can't buy
brother.
a ticket. Breaking news, Nuggets have fired coach Michael Malone. Okay,
Yeah,
all gone.
sure is. That is kind of weird for the place he was in. I wonder what happened. Oh, 4-game losing streak. That's what happened.
Dennis
And
the
they're in
Menace-
fourth place, not third place.
Dennis the Menace is dead, and Malone is gone. Wow.
Dennis the Menace died?
Yep.
What the hell was his real name?
Horn? No. Dennis the Menace actor. I'm asking my phone.
Jay North.
Thank you. Oh, I was thinking of the porn star Peter North.
That's pretty young, actually.
Yeah.
73.
Hard living.
What did he die from? Hello, Mr. Wilson. Hello, Dennis. Battling cancer for years.
Oh, boy. I remember when
They
John
always
Ritter
take
died,
the
guys.
over.
That was shocking.
Yeah, that was sudden.
I couldn't even believe it.
I love John.
His
Three's
kid looks like
Company
he's
was
having
great.
fun,
Was
though.
he a trip, man?
I love that show. I like when the Ropers were on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love Larry. What was the bar they'd go to? The
Regal Beagle?
The Beagle. The Regal Beagle.
The
yeah.
Regal Beagle. Yep.
Nailed
Yeah,
it,
Larry
Frank.
was great. I'll tell you another show that was great was
Regal
Taxi with
Beagle.
Danny DeVito.
Great show.
Yeah.
I like how he would hang out in that cage. No one could touch him.
He was great.
Oh, that's where who was that one comedian, the guy that, he's got a
Andy
mental
Kaufman?
problem. God, was he good on that show.
Yeah.
And so was Christopher Lloyd.
Oh, Christopher Lloyd was great, wasn't he?
Yeah, even the movie Taxi was good, man. That's really old.
Oh, you're
never saw
thinking
the
Taxi
movie.
Driver.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
He's not back yet, guys.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don's got a question for Frank Duran. Hey, Don, what say you?
Hey, Mark. Hi, Frank. I got a question.
I'm back.
I think I got a bit of a problem. I got a condo in Aurora that I'd like to sell. But the place where I want to move to isn't going to be available till the early part of 2026. When will be the best time to sell? Either in July or maybe February, March of next year. I understand. I understand. I'm asking you to look into your crystal ball, but I'm just looking for a little input here.
Don, hey, it's good to talk to you. That's a wonderful question. And, the short answer I'll give you is this. I think that what you do is you base it on what's best for you to move. Because I'll tell you what, we run into a number of people in these kinds of situations. And some sellers take the philosophy that, okay, we're going to just take our money and run. We're going to cash. Well, we know what the market is right now, the bird in the hand. Sell the home, work out a temporary living arrangement until the home's built and they're ready to move in. So that's one option. There is talk about the third quarter that rates are expected, and of course, you know how these things can go, Don. Rates are expected to drop, and we're even hearing rumors that they could even drop as early as June. The challenge with something like that is, you remember last year, everybody was talking about how the market's strong, and all of a sudden we got hit with a curveball and ended up peaking in April. So I think it's a decision every seller just has to make is, do you take the bird in the hand, cash in now where the market is what it is now, or do you take that calculated risk and wait to see if rates will drop and the market remains strong?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Don, what are you buying?
Actually, I'm not buying. I'm moving into a brand new 55 plus community they're building, maybe about a 15-minute walk from where I am right now.
Oh, nice. Hey, do make sure you read over that contract on any new construction. We've had a lot of people call in, especially a couple of years ago, to where there's language in that agreement to where if lumber, for example, goes up, they can actually adjust the price, and a lot of people don't realize that. So just make sure you know what's coming.
Actually, these are apartments. They're income-restricted apartments.
Oh, that's really cool then. You're just going to pocket the money from the house and move to an apartment.
And Mark, there's something
I'm
else.
just going to pocket the money. I'm done with maintenance and upkeep and whatnot.
Okay, let me chime in here. Frank Duran will tell us this, and I think this is important. Frank, builder contracts do not have to follow the standard real estate contract for the state of Colorado. Isn't that correct?
That's right, Todd. We run into that all the time.
Now, see, Mark, there are certain safeguards built into the state-approved real estate contract. But when you go, when you go to a builder, they don't have to follow those same ones. Frank, give me an example of what a builder contract might be as opposed to the state-approved contract.
Sure. A builder, I've seen them do this before where they'll make the earnest money hard within just a couple of days. I had one. Wow, this was unreal.
Think about that. Hard earnest money.
Oh, yeah. A seller came to me. They were buying another home in another state, and apparently they put down about $50,000 earnest money. But it was hard after like 3 days. It wasn't. They didn't really have a lot of wiggle room there.
And for those listening, hard means it goes to the deal, and if you don't close, you don't get it back.
Sure, yeah.
Now, in addition to that, there are other provisions, for example, like Mark was mentioning, escalation clauses. You can't do that in a regular real estate contract, but this could be a different price when you go to close.
With a builder, sure.
And then home inspections as well, they could thwart.
Oh, sure. And actually, Tom, we do see proposed escalation clauses in everyday real estate.
Oh, you do now?
Oh, gosh.
Well, tell me how that would work, Frank.
Okay. So, for instance, especially when the market was really booming, Tom, what would happen, let's say a home was priced at $500,000.
Right.
There was 15 offers because that was not uncommon.
Right.
Somebody might come in and say, okay, we're going to come in at your asking price, but part of the clause in there will be any offer by $5,000 up to a max of $580,000. So you'd have those sort of escalation clauses in there, and they would vary a little bit too.
Wow.
Yes. And that was not uncommon. And we still see them from time to time now, Tom, just not as much as we saw before.
All right. Thank you, Frank. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, it's just really important that people look at that. People think they go to Lennar or they go to KB Home and they lock in at $600,000 or whatever the going rate is. And then closing comes up, you do the walkthrough, and next thing you know, that's $650,000. And they point out in the contract where you agreed to that, and life just gets a little rough at that point.
Okay. I have a text here from someone, a young married couple. They say, when do they need a will? Okay. Weigh in on that, Mark. What would you say?
I'd say as soon as you have any assets, and more importantly, the second you have a child.
Okay. Now, a simple will, as Mark pointed out, when you have a child, whenever there's just more than you, even you and your wife, but especially a child, you want a simple will. The will can be simple to say everything goes to so-and-so, and or have a successor if that so-and-so isn't around as well. So a simple will, though, that's really important. And it's cheap. All right. You can do it for under $1,000 probably most of the time, maybe $1,000. I don't know. When do you need a trust? You need a trust when you want your assets or your business or your home and all of that stuff to pass through the estate without going to probate. So it's uninterrupted. When you want uninterrupted, seamless operation. If you have a business, for example. And you want also when you want privacy, because trusts are not subject to people can't look at your trust. They can look at probate and wills and all of that and know 100% what you have going on. So that's when you would want it. And again, one of the people we promote, and I proudly promote him because he does a great job, is Dan McKenzie. He is a live and local attorney, a small firm, boutique services, meaning he meets with you in person. He'll actually take notes and customize a plan for you. And that's McKenzie Law Dan McKenzie. And let me give you his number real quick here since I've been talking about him. It sounds like a national big firm, but I'm not saying he's not a big firm, but he's here local. 833-CO-PLANS. That stands for Colorado. 833-CO-PLANS or coplans.co.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're still looking at some slight delays through the tech center due to what appears to be an accident now at Arapahoe. Big concrete mixer, several vehicles there. Right lane, right shoulder, so kind of push left early. It is slow from Orchard coming through. It's not a real tight jam. 270 is a little bit heavier through Vasquez if you're coming out of Commerce City.
Hey, can Mark do
eastbound.
become the banker?
Looks to be construction related there.
If not, I'll do it.
Construction down on Santa Fe continues to hold up the drive out of Highlands Ranch. It looks like both north and southbound.
And so do you... Okay, guys, so he can do Become the Banker. Are you going to do Art of Granite?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I'll do Art of Granite first.
Okay, you start with Art, and then Mark, you're up. Take Become. Yep, you're up. You're both up.
Out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
Do you know what I love about the Art of Granite? Well, I love Mitch Floria as men love men for this, and I'll tell you what, seriously, he is a great guy. But I also love the way he does business. Prices on the phone. He says, sure, I'm proud of what I do. And I have the best prices around when it comes to the whole package because Terra and Holloway is always free, wholesale on all materials for the counters, whether natural stone or man-made materials. Also, he also does the bathroom free when you do the kitchen, or you can get free sinks, free backsplash, free edge treatments, all kinds of incentives. So call him with an idea of what you want, maybe a shot of your kitchen, or you can tell him what materials you want and the square footage. 303-386-5919. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
My
down, thank you.
More importantly now than ever before with all the tariff situation, that guaranteed income, that guaranteed pension, you got to get some information on it.
If I'm going to have to start doing more juggling with all your lives and what you guys can't and can't do or know not how to do, I'm going to need a raise.
Okay. No matter what, you have to check him out. Go to myway.com.
Mark, thank you for making up for him going long on his.
You're welcome.
You guys suck.
Yeah, but not at our jobs.
Hey, Frank.
Hey, Kelly. Go ahead. Now you're on.
Frank?
She says, hey.
Oh, Kelly?
Hi.
Hey
We
there.
just had a truck driver calling. He couldn't stay on the line because he was going to go into, cell hell.
Yeah.
But he said he saw your number in a stall and had to talk to you.
He has a question about possibly selling a house, but he doesn't know if it's a good investment to redo a kitchen or leave it to the new buyers and sell it cheaper for
Let's do
them
that on the
to
air,
redo
Kelly. Why
the
don't you ask that on the air?
That's kind of a good one.
Yeah, no, that's good,
but
Kelly.
faster,
Ask it on the
'cause
air.
We're out of time.
I was going to say, you better block off next hour.
Yeah, speed it up. Because that is always a great question, right, Frank? What's the one thing that helps? Is it landscaping? Is it a bathroom, a kitchen?
How about a roof?
Paint?
You know, guys, I'd say primarily your kitchen and your bathrooms and your floors. Those are and paint. I think those are the main keys. The other stuff like roofs and those kind of things, I mean, that's more just to get the house up to par anyway. But I'd say kitchen, bathrooms, and floors are the key. But on the short
Tom
term,
would
I don't
certainly
recommend
pay more
piling
for
that kind of money in.
Tom has paid more for a stripper pole in the living room at a house. I know that.
Yes, that's true. That's for me, though. I use
right.
it.
Boy, that'd
Get
be
out-
a
to
sight.
Get off the couch. That's what the...
You know, I might join your lawsuit because I feel so bad for you.
Yep.
Ah.
Bring it.
Actually, we should join up and sue Tom.
Over what?
Emotional distress.
Right.
Emotional distress.
Mark, remember I was sued for that?
What?
Yes,
by
for
an
the-
employee?
For
Was it a
infliction
jet
of
ski or
emotional
something?
distress.
What was it? Airplane
Intentional-
sale?
Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Just because I called the guy a useless bag of skin.
A board op?
No. that would be a compliment. I would have to.
Yeah.
Shannon, you belong on
Jerk.
this night show, buddy. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying who, but they said he lost the locker room 3 months ago. He made a 10-year career having the best player on the planet.
Yep.
Joker made him a lot of money.
check out HE.
Just texting with the ex-wife. She thought I was doing an April Fool's. I'm like, nope, coach is gone. She's like, it was that triple overtime.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
It's not surprising.
Okay.
Not surprising he has an ex-wife. I
Mike's
agree.
back on.
Me? Oh, I have multiple ex-wives.
How many ex-wives do you have?
On paper, 2.
Okay.
The common law.
In
one.
real life?
If cohabitation counted, I'd be
17.
Yeah, I'd run out of fingers on one hand.
Yeah, I know where. Love it.
I think it was a half a dozen.
That was.
I seem to last for about 3 years at some chick's house.
And then somebody.
Then it's over. All right, here we come.
Today.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com is with us. Now, Frank.
Oh, yes, question.
I want to know the biggest mistake people make listing their home. Really, what is it? Somebody asked another question, but that sparked this question. I'll ask their question after mine. Tell me, like, the biggest mistake.
Tom, I think the biggest mistake is starting too high on the price, because that is the kiss of death many times. And here's what I mean by this.
Because then
I
when
knew
you
he
start
was
coming
gonna say
down,
that.
it's a sign of weakness.
Oh, sure. And you may eventually sell, but what people don't realize is you're going to probably end up settling for much less had you priced it right to begin with. So I think people take a hit and they don't even realize the hit they're taking when they start.
That's a really good point. So you would say starting the listing too high.
Sure. Yeah. And I've seen that before. And I remember one particular home we had sold. I had the listing on one of them where we had leveraged our price. The neighbor had started high on the price. Now, here's the crazy part. We started lower than they originally listed for, the competition, but yet we ended up selling for higher than they ended up selling for when they finally closed. And they were basically identical homes. Now, how can that be? We were about 30,000 higher when we closed.
I love it, Frank. It makes so much sense. Okay. What would be another one after that? Starting too high.
I think jumping too quick about giving concessions. Many times sellers will.
What does that mean?
Oh, seller might say, hey, Frank, carpet shot, should we give a carpet allowance? Should we offer a free home warranty plan? And I'll tell you this, Tom, you've known this for years. In negotiations, never give away something for free.
But you shouldn't list your home with incentives built in.
I would, in my opinion, I think you save them in your, and I'll give you an example.
All right, we'll do it coming up. I'm Tom Martino. If you want some true wisdom, and we're talking about the guy that actually sells more and sells for more, we're talking to the guy that has stats to prove all of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Yeah.
A recent stash of $10.
Oh, good. You mean like the golf ball? Tailor made? Trump's talking about? I'll be back.
You did miss the caller who wanted to talk to Doc about getting him drugs.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It's weird. I don't know.
In Phoenix, it's day 2 of the trial for Lori Vallow-Daybell. She's already serving time for the deaths of her 2 youngest children. This time, she's accused in Arizona of conspiring to murder her estranged husband, Charles Vallow, cashing in on a life insurance policy while believing he was possessed by an evil spirit. She isn't a lawyer, but is representing herself in the 6-week trial. Vallow-Daybell has pleaded not guilty. ABC's Stephanie Officer reporting. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand or what? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke. Are you okay? I'm having a stroke. Your face looks weird too. I'm having a stroke. Are you having a seizure or something? I'm having a stroke. When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. I'm having a stroke. You just need to know the 7 signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the 7 signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
All right. Well, anyway, Frankie, I turned.
One person in that vehicle was killed. There was an operator and a passenger we were told on board that train. They miraculously were not injured. That's Fox 31's Jim Hooley. Mountain pine beetle activity is increasing along the Front Range. That's according to the Colorado State Forest Service's latest report. Officials say the uptick reflects the beetle's natural population cycle. The levels remain far below previous outbreaks. The rise may be tied to stressed trees from fire, drought, or poor nutrients. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
All right, we've got lots of getting underway. They just reopened I-70. Had it closed there briefly, so we're seeing a bit of a jam up the bottom of Floyd Hill coming out of Idaho Springs. This may last up until 3. This is the first time they have actually shut down the interstate this morning and leading into the afternoon. Santa Fe south to C-470 is a big backup there out of Highway Grandfall, construction related, but freeways look real good. No big delays. We had a problem in the tech center at Arapahoe. That's been cleared up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into this question, and what we found will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Hi, Entertaining for custom kitchens or cabinet facing done right. Go to BRHI.com for great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 weeks a month advance for the group pay. All for details, 800-362-8370.
This is Dan Kaplis. Our firm understands that injuries to seniors from motor vehicle crashes are often a
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
And how do we reverse that? D.A. George Brockler will join us.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I am here, as I've been doing for 45 years every day in Denver, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. So take a moment to look at your life. Is there something bugging you that maybe you feel isn't right? Somebody's not treating you right. Maybe you've been lied to, cheated, or ripped off. Or you just want to know about that everyday crap. You know, the things that tick us off or the things that make us tick. Whether it's home equity and loans and everyday life, or is it something that just happened on the spur of the moment, a bad water heater or something like that? By the way, I do want to tell you something, speaking of water heaters, from a personal experience. Water heat will degrade over time and life of your water heater depending on the quality of your water. If you have a lot of hard water, your water can eventually accumulate minerals at the bottom of the tank and affect the heating. Heating elements, and I've often wondered why, but heating elements in water tanks, the heating element, whether it's gas or whether it's electric, and most of them are gas, those elements are at the bottom of the tank. I just don't know why they've never wrapped some kind of heating elements around the tank or through the tank in some kind of a coil. Then you would have the benefit of the water temperature, and it would be a direct transfer of heat to the water in the tank. Instead, it goes like you're cooking a pot, and it's heated from below. So when minerals settle on the tank, guess what's happening? It is self-insulating. So you get less and less heat from the same flame. Think about that. So having a water heater flush, having a water heater cleaned out, or even that's a great idea. And then, of course, you know how to keep a water heater forever, if you wanted to, without the tank ever rotting. What's the secret? Mark, do you remember what the secret is on that? I want people to tell me.
It just running the water back in?
Nope. Nope. There's one thing you can do. Now, what I told you about the sediment layer, having it flushed every now and then, what I want to tell you about that is, with that kind of sediment layer, you can increase the efficiency by cleaning out the sediment. But to increase the life of the tank, where it will never rot, how is that accomplished? I'm going to ask my YouTube morons. I'm going to go to the YouTube stream and see if any of them have the answer. So that's instant feedback. If you go to the referral list, it's under Troubleshooter. Excuse me. If you go to the YouTube, it's under Troubleshooter Network. And I want you to tell me, what is the one thing you can do periodically, and I'll even give you a time span. It can be 6 to 8 years. Every 6 to 8 years. Well, somebody already answered. It's the sacrificial anode. This is remarkable. In a water tank, you have, if you just take a tank of water, it becomes a battery eventually. What I mean is, electrons will align positive and negatively. And the water will eat at the water tank to create this electrolytic, this reaction. So the water attacks the tank rots away a bit, and mini voltage is produced. Really trust me on it, okay? So the water can deteriorate that tank over time, no matter what. Even if you take the sediment layer off the bottom, you're simply taking out the minerals, and you're taking off the microscopic wear it made on the tank, and that will increase the efficiency of your tank and keep it efficient, because the pot on the heater is not being insulated from the heat. Okay, that's one thing. But to keep it from rotting, what rots your tank is the water eating away at the walls of your tank. It's a natural reaction, water and metal. Now, one way would be not to have a metal tank at all, but you can't really do that for various reasons I'm not going to go into right now. So what do? There is a rod in your water tank put there specifically to rot. The entire purpose of that rod, which is called an anode, is to sacrifice itself to the water. So instead of the water going to the tank to eat away the tank, it goes to the anode first. You have short-circuited this battery. So the elements rotting away, instead of going to the tank, will go to the anode. And the anode will gradually decrease. It's a rod. It'll be eaten. And eventually there will be no anode rod. As soon as that anode rod is depleted, the water now turns its attention to the tank. So these soldiers in the water attack the tank until they destroy it. But if you give them another anode to attack, they'll leave your tank alone. And anodes can be replaced. There's usually a nut at the top of the tank that's attached to this rod. And if you look up sacrificial anodes, they can be replaced. So that is the secret of keeping a tank forever. Literally forever. Your tank will never rot. So two things you can do to a tank. One, periodically flush out the sediment in your tank every 3 to 5 years. And then two, replace your anode every 6 to 8 years. More like 8 years probably, depending on the quality of your water. Anyway, 303-713-8255 is our number. We have Frank Duran, the real estate man, with us today. Somebody wants to know if they're buying a home and it is a fixer-upper in a neighborhood. When they go to fix it up, what price range should they aim at in relation to their neighborhood? You know, that's a very wise question, because we've always said you don't want the most expensive home in the neighborhood. Why is that, Frank?
Well, Tom, that's a good question. Here's the thing. This all varies area to area too, though. So there's really no cookie cutter answer as far as that
all right, so give me various answers based on various scenarios then.
Well, it depends on the type of investment. I think right now some people are shying away from the attached market like condos because it's been tougher. Also, we see maybe what they call the fixer-upper properties where, let me give you an example, like maybe something that I'd sold in, let's say, Aurora, that really is just kind of an as-is situation. I will get investor offers, but here's the challenge for investors. They're also still having to compete, especially if that home is priced well. Investors are going to have to compete with the buyer that wants to go in there and pay more money too. So,
but I'm asking if you're fixing up a home, Frank, and I don't mean to short circuit what you're saying, but if you're fixing up a home, what price range do you go for in the neighborhood? Do you go in the middle? Do you go for trying to be the lowest house, the lowest price? I would like to be the lowest price in a really nice neighborhood. Or would you go for the premier, somebody saying, hey, man, I got the best house in the neighborhood? What is there an approach you would take when pricing a home, when fixing up a home?
I would say typically they'll go for the lower end of this, Tom, the lower end of that.
So it's better to have the lower end in a beautiful neighborhood.
Sure, because they could put the work in, and of course we're going to look at the market dynamics and those types of things. We're going to see, okay, what's the market been providing the last 5-year span or whatnot. But I think overall that's how I see a lot of buyers buy when they buy in those situations.
Okay, so bottom line is you're saying if you're going to fix up a home, don't put in too much money and make it the very best in the neighborhood, and try to stay at the lower end of the neighborhood so people can get into that neighborhood and feel like they made a great deal.
Yeah, I've seen a number of people do that, Tom. And honestly, there a lot of these investors that I know, they have their own contractors where they could really save money and sort of cut some corners, not in a bad way. I mean, they're still doing good work, but they're saving a lot of cost. That way, when they turn around and sell the property, they're making a great profit, especially in these areas that produce well.
Okay, 303-713-8255. Someone else says if they want to sell it on their own and they know you're going to be on, I'm adding these words to their text.
Yeah.
I know they trust you to tell them. They want to know, can they do for sale by owner? Have you ever studied the stats on for sale by owners and what you can do as opposed to them? And I know what they're thinking about. I'll save all the commissions and stuff. Sure. What do you think about that, Frank? Be honest about that.
Well,
I know you'll be honest, but I mean, just be frank about that.
I will be frank as I can be.
Since you are frank, be frank about that.
Very easy for me. No, Tom, here's what I would say. I've talked to a number of for sale by owners over the years, and this is what I've found. Some of them have done very well for themselves, and sometimes you just get into a good situation, and that's a great thing. And we're always still happy to provide you an analysis on your home to give you an idea, and there's no obligation to that. We're always happy to do it. I would say a number of them, though, end up listing with an agent within 30 days because they get into this and realize, okay, this is a lot tougher than I thought. And the demand this real estate professional can bring in on my home, ultimately I could do better. I'll give you a great example. I had a townhome in Thornton, and what happened is this seller was thinking about going for sale by owner.
Yeah.
The person renting, I think 4 or 5 doors down, they were going to buy it directly from them.
Okay.
And I said, look, I'll do the analysis, no obligation. Something to consider, guys. You do whatever you want to do on this, but something to consider. On the open market, this current buyer that wants to buy directly from you, where you might be saving, you think you're saving some money, they don't have to compete with anybody.
Okay.
The question is, on the open market, how would you do? So this seller thought about this. About 4 days later, calls me back and says, I think we're going to put it on the open market. Well, Tom, this is great. We sold for a little over $60,000 more on the open market because of the demand of the property. So this buyer that was going to buy directly had to bow out. So in the end, the seller put more money in their pocket doing it that way versus selling directly.
I know that everyone has this inclination of selling a home on their own. Sure. Everyone does. Yes. I think about it. Everybody thinks about it. But really, with a skilled broker, not only can they get a higher price, but a skilled broker also will keep track of all the deadlines in the contract, keep you on track, and walk you through the transaction. In fact, Frank, I think that's more important than all the other stuff. The fact that Frank, when I went to buy my house and went to sell my stuff, I felt like you were literally my personal assistant. I swear to God.
Well, Tom, you remember, and we won't get into the details.
Well, you can.
But
you can.
If you remember, it's the finer details. You remember we wrote offer number 1, and then that didn't work out, so we wrote a second offer, but we made some adjustments.
Right.
The agent on the other side didn't do what they should have done.
No.
They missed some important detail.
No.
And that ended up costing.
They literally didn't read the contract,
Sure,
Frank.
But we were on top of our game.
So they wanted a little more money, so we offered a little more, but put in some stuff we wanted because of the little more, and the guy approved it. Or they approved it. I know what he said. He said to his people, this is a good contract, good offer, because I raised the price a little, what I wanted to pay, but Frank put in some concessions. And they didn't even read them.
Right. And
now that's just plain lazy.
Oh, my gosh. And it's the finer details, Tom. I tell my son this all the time. It's the little things we do right that make a big difference.
I got something to tell you about. We asked for one of the lower prices, yet we broke all selling records. How did we do that? I'm going to tell you about that coming back, because you might be insulted if Frank came to you and said, here's what we're listing it at. And you say, well, wait a minute. Everybody's selling for more. I'm going to tell you a true story. And the guy who really was pissed off at me, who was a fellow condo owner because of the price I was asking. We're going to talk about all of that right after this on the Troubleshooter Show.
All right, who wants to go first?
I'm going to do the art first.
Regen Revolution
I'm always
is
first.
so much in terms of getting mobile and active again. And now they'll be helping
the
me
man.
and you at their new location near Old Town.
I'm the
Expanded
man.
facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
You know, Mitch Floria contacted me and said, Tom, let's have some fun with incentives. If people are looking for a countertop, whether it's granite or anything else, theartofgranite.com can accommodate you. Man-made or natural stone. And listen to this. You can choose your incentive. Do you want a free backsplash, a free kitchen sink, or maybe a free premium edge treatment, or 15% off the entire job? You get that anyway. Plus, if you add cabinets, you get 25% off countertops. All of these. Now, I don't expect you to memorize all those, so call Mitch and say, what can you do for me today? And they'll give you prices on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Yeah, those guys are great people. They've been out to our house, the Art of Granite, but I want to tell you about CMG. These guys are the bank. When we talk about lending, you need a home loan, whether it's a reverse mortgage, a traditional mortgage, they're all in one product, which is a HELOC, a 30-year HELOC. These guys beat all the competition hands down. They're the best. They're the bank. They are truly a direct lender. It's their money. You're going to love these guys. You're going to love dealing with John Clace and the people at CMG Financial. I want you to check them out at partnerinlending.com. They're going to beat any rate out there. You have a rate sitting there, they're going to beat it. Partnerinlending.com.
So, Frank, do you see this monitor? So when I go to you alone, watch what happens. Watch what it looks like. Watch.
Oh, cool.
So that camera there is yours. When you're talking, I put it on there.
You got this set up really awesome. And hey, Tom, are you cool if I put reels together? That's right.
Of course.
Yeah. Because I think that's a great way to market, especially
Frank, you can do whatever you want, man. In fact,
it's pretty good.
it is good. They are good topics. There's no doubt.
The hashtags are kind of hit and miss though, because like sometimes I'll hashtag something and I'll get like
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
It's kind of weird like that.
I think Dragon is obsessed with Drew.
It's not just me. There are many of the YouTubers. One is I'm staring at right now that absolutely loves Drew updates.
How much time?
Isn't that right, Chopper?
What's that?
How much time before we're back?
Just a couple minutes, but it doesn't matter. Do you have to use the restroom?
Yeah, just real quick.
Just go ahead. Don't worry about it. Just come and go as you
So there
please.
is a Santa Fe.
Like some motel came up.
Does it look like then it would be? Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any attorneys that might specialize with working with a person with disability?
No, but we do. There is something called the Legal Center. What is it called?
Oh,
the Legal Center for People with
Legal Help
Disabilities.
Center or something?
It's like the Legal Center
Yeah.
for Disabilities or something.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, there is a group though. Just they specialize in all that kind of law. A legal. What do I want to? It's Legal Center for Disabilities or disability or the Americans Disability Act. Something to do with the Americans with Disabilities Act.
I'll find it.
Yeah, there is a North Santa Fe Boulevard right next to I-25. Maybe at some point they do intersect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do.
I mean, that's what was throwing me off. You know? Well, why ain't your car in the Denver police car pound? You know.
Yeah.
It didn't happen in Denver. But you said you live in Denver. Yeah. I think there's a Denver, Kansas, too.
Are there several vendors?
Are there several?
I think so.
Oh, you know what state? And I don't know if I told you this before. Burlington. There's a Burlington everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know who he was or why he did it.
Maybe because of the railroad.
He got along.
Who's that? Your son?
Brendan. Yeah.
He's
Stole one of
handsome.
my suits, man.
He's a handsome guy.
He stole one of my suits.
Truly a handsome guy, man. No, I'm serious.
Yeah. We were going out to dinner that night, and he stole one of my suits and put that.
I want. Is that just a photo or a video?
No, that's actually a photo of him. He put this on his Instagram as a joke to me. And told me he stole my suit.
That is really cool.
Are you listening, Mark?
Yeah, what's up?
Tell Suze it's in the refrigerator.
10 seconds.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And we're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. And I said I was going to talk about some real-life experience with Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, and I'm going to tell you this. Okay, so I had a condo in a really beautiful building, a penthouse, and what was that dang thing about, 3,000 feet? What, do you remember? I don't remember.
It was, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was big. It was a little over 3,000 total square feet. Huge.
Now, this is a condo. And again, it was surrounded by glass. Oh my God, a big balcony. And so I wanted to sell it. First of all, Frank got me in for a deal. I mean, a deal that we couldn't believe when we saw it. And he told me how to play it. Now, what I like doing a lot when I make the offers, this is about selling, but I'm going to tell you real quick about making an offer. I like to take away contingencies so people know I'm not screwing around. In every deal we've written, Frank, we've always said so many weeks to close or so many days to close, no contingencies, meaning I am willing to put my money and I'm willing to go through it and I'm not going to hold you up at all.
Yeah.
All right. Now, that's, of course, not everyone should do that, but here's the deal. So Frank says, here's what we should list your condo for. And I said, Frank, okay, but that looks a little low to me. He said, this is what we should list it for. And he knew that price would attract attention. Now, what happens? My neighbors, especially a guy who wanted to sell his same type of condo, he emailed me and said, how dare you list your home for this much money? You're going to destroy our comps and our values. He says, I'm going to be selling mine, and you should be asking this. He believed I should be asking 1.6. We were asking somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.4, something like that. And he was very upset and saying, and then the guy from the HOA wrote to me saying, are you sure you want to list your condo for this? We're going to bring in a lot of tire kickers and blah, blah, blah. And I said, look, there's no rule as what I have to sell it for. And my real estate broker recommended this price. Because it was such an attractive price in such an attractive building, we had inquiries out the nose. It was an incredible flurry of activity. So Frank Duran would interview them and sometimes say, we shouldn't accept that one, or we should accept this one. Frank, how do you decide what to accept? I noticed when we were doing this, One you didn't even want to show the place to. I mean, you actually said, Tom, I don't think we should even bother showing the place to this person. You had a gut feeling that these are not genuine offers. How do you do that? That in itself is valuable. And somebody might get upset saying, how dare you turn down an offer? Explain what your thinking is on accepting an offer.
Well, Tom, first, in terms of showing the property, if we're going to make a personal showing of your property, we want to make sure they're qualified first.
Okay.
So it's not so much that we wouldn't show to them. The issue is, are they qualified?
Okay,
and if we can't
good.
provide that, then we're wasting your time. And honestly, we don't know that we have a valid buyer. And
Okay.
honestly, we don't even know who we're bringing into your house unless we know more about it.
That's fair.
In terms of checking an offer, I mean, obviously, the seller's always going to make the call on that, not me. However, when I give my advice, I'm going to show them things in the contract that they got to be careful for, and maybe compare to a competing offer and say, okay, this is what I'd recommend to you, and this is why I think this offer here, working as your advocate, could potentially work against you. So those are the things we're just going to spell out to you so you can make a good decision in the end. But ultimately, we're going to screen those things for you.
Okay, now, why would you turn down an offer?
Why? Well, here's the thing with this. Let's say somebody comes in and they just don't have the qualification. Or it's a thing where they have to...
So even though it's a good offer, what good is it if it's going to take the place off the market for a while?
Oh, sure. Let's say they have a contingency. Let's say they have a home to sell, but they haven't even put that home on the market yet. Now my seller's taking a big risk because, okay, well, when's that home going to sell? We don't know when or if it's ever going to sell. And that could potentially add to days on market for that seller. So there's a number of things we look out for. Ultimately, the seller is going to be the one that they're the boss of this, not me, but I'm certainly going to give them my strong advice about it.
All right. So we're going to now tell you, after qualifying the offer and accepting it, what happens and why this price did not turn out to be an insult to people like people thought it may be.
So we created great demand, Tom, and I'll say there's several nerve
We're going to
points.
talk about that coming up.
Oh, sure.
No, you can continue, but you were saying there's several nerve points, meaning what?
There's several nerve points. I'll share 4 right now.
What is a nerve point?
So a nerve point is, I call them nerve points when you're selling something. Just
Triggers.
To hit those triggers, hit those key things. And 2 of the 4 things I'll tell you right now is what we call the law of time pressure and the law of scarcity. If we can find that sweet spot in the market where we're going to attract demand, but the buyer now feels like, okay, this is going to be available for a very limited time. I better jump on this.
Okay.
And I better give my A game, not my B or C or D game. I better give my best. Oh, wait a minute. Now I have to compete with somebody else for the same thing that I want. Suddenly the perceived value, Tom, goes through the roof.
All right.
If you do it the right way.
We'll talk about this.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about a real life experience with Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape in the lunch hour drive. You got some slowing on 270 coming off I-70 and heading up through Commerce City up towards about York or so. I-70 west between Colorado and Brighton is a little sluggish there, but I-25 is pretty much wide open. We're not seeing any hang-ups at all. No big problem spots out here. Of course, construction down on Santa Fe south of C-470 has been tying up the drive, and of course, up Clear Creek Canyon west of Golden on US 6 with delays. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms?
We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, there are ways to get involved in investing money for just a couple $100 a month that are safe and conservative, and I truly do recommend them. Overfunding life insurance is probably one of the first things you can do. It gives you life insurance, plus it gives you a cash pot that grows tax-free if you overfund it. So let's say the cost of insurance is $100 a month and you put in $200 a month. That's a very simple example. But what you're doing, and it would never be $100 a month, by the way, for cost of insurance, but it's X amount of dollars and you put in 2X or X plus a certain percentage. What that extra money does is becomes a cash value to you that really you can use in retirement without ever paying tax on it. I want you to call the people we know and trust for Become the bank. And I'll tell you what you can do is call Joe Chiano, and they will help you get started in this. It is truly a wonderful system. And it's becomethebanker.org, 303-779-6600. All right. If you're in trouble and need an attorney, the last thing you should do is go on the internet and just start searching while you're under pressure. You know, I'm not saying you should put this away because you're going to need them, but I do truly believe that you should have in contingency these names. Joe Lazzara would be one of them. So if ever you or a loved one, a friend or a relative, a neighbor or yourself, you do something stupid, falsely accused, or you end up with a charge of some kind, whether it's a DUI or maybe some other charge, you have someone you can go to that I know and trust. I've done the shopping for you. Lazzara Legal, Lazzara. Free initial consultations. You call and say, Joe, I'm in trouble. Here's why. And then flat rate pricing from that point forward. 303-429-6200. How much time do I have, bro?
4.
Thank you. I love that much time.
Yep.
I'm going to go write a book. Frank, I feel bad. I can't do anything for you. I'm just sitting around.
It'd be great if that hardware store is there. Yeah, they're in open. Got a lot of fertilizer all around it, you know, on the outside, yeah. Glad to know that. Because I normally go to the one on Gartel. Right. And I actually read they're owned by the same owner. The Cartel one and that one. Oh, really? Yeah. Because I think I caught that. They are franchises. Yeah, they are. Drew in there? Dragon? Dragon, yeah. Tom's gone. Let's have a few Drews. Oh. Oh. Have you tried that?
10 seconds, guys.
Bill Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jeff, welcome. What's going on, Jeff?
Yeah,
and I haven't
just,
forgotten about
wanted
my
to give a
story
shout
about
out.
the condo, but I want to take callers first, as always. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to give a shout out to Brooke White. She with Red Rocks Roof and Solar. She's been doing a great job. They're installing a new solar for me, but they're also installing a half-acre solar garden.
Oh,
and I was
wow.
curious how that affects resale on a house.
Well, first of all, let me just say this: you could not have picked a better solar company. I want to say this, and I mean this sincerely. They know about so much. Now, they may not know about the resale of your house, but this solar garden is going to make you positive cash flow. It's possible. Didn't she tell you that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy doing solar for his house, and he may end up making some money on it. People with commercial operations also can get it paid for by the government with REAP grants if you qualify. And as I said, I'm so happy you called. I'm glad you're having a good experience. RedRocksRS.com, since we're talking about him. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449, 704-2449. Now that I told you about them and he has a solar garden, will that affect resale, Frank? What do you think? I don't know, but I would think if I have a solar system there and it's making me money, why would I care? Frank, what have you seen or heard from customers and solar systems?
You know, Tom, I've never, in all these years, I've never seen a buyer merely buy a home because of the solar system.
Not
right?
because of it.
Yeah,
No.
It's always like this. This is what usually is. They'll say, okay, right price, right area. Ooh, I like the home. Oh, it has solar too. Great, nice bonus.
Right.
But I've never
Has
seen
it ever
happen.
deterred someone?
Some.
Really?
Not a lot, though.
Give me an idea. That's good to know.
You know, the challenge sometimes with solar, Tom, is it's almost like with some companies, it's like inheriting the measles, man. It could be a real
They say, like, I don't want to take on that monster.
Oh, gosh. And then when you sell the home to deal with the transfer, some of those companies can be really hard to do.
Yeah, let me ask you, Jeff, this is a good point. Is it easy to transfer to the new owner, or will you own it outright?
I'll own it outright. So there's a twofold piece here that's kind of interesting. So I have solar for the house that replaces my electric. This is a separate half acre of solar install on my property, and I'll own both. At least that's what Brooke tells me.
Now,
I
the
will
half
own
acre
both.
on your property, that's on your lot, right?
Correct.
And it will be a solar garden, and you will own it. And that property, if it did not have the solar garden, would simply be just more of your lot. So it takes up part of the lot.
Correct.
But do you still have a lot of lot left over?
Yeah, I'm on 1.8 acres, and I'm only using a half acre.
I think that's cool. Now, when you go out and look at where it's going to be, do you feel it's going to be unsightly at all?
Well, I guess that depends on your frame of mind, right? For me,
right.
I figure income is not unsightly ever, but everybody has their own opinion.
Now,
it'll be just a standard, solar panels on the ground.
Now, when Brooke did the calculations for what your house will need and how much extra you may be selling back to the grid, what did it turn out to be?
Well, that's a different solar system, and that solar system is I'm going to have 10% over what I currently use.
But what about the solar garden?
And
what I'm asking is, what's going to be the positive cash flow approximately from the solar garden?
We expect between $24,000 and $40,000 a year.
Whoa! Now, wait a minute. So when you leave and sell that property and that goes to the new owner, why would they ever? What are you kidding me? That would make their mortgage payment.
That's what I was thinking. But
They
I've
could
had
let's buy
some
your
people
house
tell me that
for free. I mean, no, seriously. If I'm looking at, okay, let's say he only makes $20,000 a year, Frank.
Yeah.
That's a big mortgage payment, right?
Huge.
I mean, you could end up advertising that house, and net people would have nothing to pay. How much is your whole house right now appraisal for approximately? What would it sell for right now without the solar?
I think somewhere around 900.
Okay. Do you know, I feel, man, if you can pull this off, what are you kidding me? So even at 20 grand a year, that's like $1,666 toward your mortgage. So I'm saying if Brooke said 30 to 40, she doesn't usually exaggerate, but let's say 30. So 30,000, a $2,500 payment a month. So Frank, average what are mortgages nowadays? 4 and 5, 5 and 6, or what? What are they normally? Like just for a house in that range.
House payment?
In that range.
Yeah, I'd say about in that range, Tom.
So
price point.
It's paying half of their mortgage to buy your house. What are you kidding me? Who would not want that? I think it's a winner.
What I thought too.
I think it's a winner, and I think that income will trump the site deterioration, whatever it is. And solar's not ugly; it's just there. But they're not ugly. It's not like they're purple, monstrosities. They're flat and they're dark.
Right.
So Jeff, that
the
solar
only
garden,
maintenance in between
is that
them, I
solar
guess.
garden totally separate from your home?
Yes.
So if your home system doesn't produce a lot, or what I'm saying is it's not connected at all.
Correct.
What was the reasoning behind that, sir?
Income. Making use of
but
the
you
property.
you can still sell back to the grid being connected to your house, right?
Well, apparently there's a difference. So with a solar garden, you have a contract with the electric company.
Oh.
With one that's attached to the house, you only sell so much. You sell wholesale back.
I get you. That's a wonderful idea. My goodness. You just did a commercial for redrocksrs.com. I mean, think about how many people might have some spare property to throw up a solar garden. Think about that. Jeff, I'm jealous.
Yeah,
I'm jealous. I think you did a great thing.
I heard her talk about it on your with Mark talking about it on your radio station. That's why I called her up.
Well, that's pretty damn
like
cool.
Hopefully we can make this go through.
Happy to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, man, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro as we start off that afternoon commute. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s into downtown between Alameda and Colfax, only adding about 1 or 2 minutes to your commute. I-25 southbound showing highway speeds through town. North of downtown, I-70 westbound, some usual busy traffic between Colorado Boulevard and I-25. I-70 eastbound to DIA, no complaints. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into
Mark's supposed to be doing this one?
sound will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio.
Okay.
That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
I started my financial advisement business because I wanted to do something for myself about 8 years ago. I was so sick and tired of advisors who truly aren't advisors at all. And that's the truth about the industry. So I hired people to do my own finances, my own portfolio. And we came up with some great direct involved investing. And that's what we extended now to the public, as I'm an official, registered investment advisor, representative with Wave 8 Wealth Management, which is a registered investment advising firm. So I want you to contact us for a free review, a complimentary review of everything you're doing with your investment life. Listen, I would love nothing more than to tell you you have a great deal going, keep it going. But I suspect you're going to find you don't really have the advisement you deserve. And that's where I want to step in and help. You have nothing to lose. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or Wave 8, the number 8, wave8capital.com. And unlike anyone else you'll ever talk to in this business, my money is 100% invested along with yours.
CMG Financial. I got to tell you something about these guys. They do all kinds of mortgages. They can do refi, help you get that cash out, pay off the high interest debt. But more importantly, I'm not even going to call them a direct lender. They're the bank. There's a lot of people out there that call themselves a direct lender. All they do is sell your paper. They take a rate, say it's 5.5%, and they'll sell it to some bank, and they'll get 6%. You'll end up paying 6%. They get the spread in the middle. That's what they do when you deal with CMG. And John Clace, you're getting the best rate out there. I dare you to find any better rate out there. They guarantee it. You're going to be hearing people advertise left and right for home loans soon because interest rates are coming down. Don't let these people fool you. You want to get direct in your own finances and make the call to John Clace and figure out what the real rates are. That includes reverse mortgages. That includes 15, 30-year fixed, the all-in-one, which is a HELOC for 30 years. They do everything. You'll regret not calling them. I want you to check them out at 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679, or partnerinlending.com.
I wanted to know if he wanted to just finish the hour with that.
I did, actually. I did.
Come on, you
I'm
mofo.
going up against a monstrosity.
You mofo.
What I was able to find. If you'd like to send us an email to help@troubleshooter.com, I can certainly forward that to Tom and Mark to see if they have any other ideas.
Tim, you got all the Stoller stuff most likely for free, brother. Did he get all grant money, he said, Tom, or he didn't?
I didn't ask him about that part.
That'd be my guess.
I would assume at the end he pays nothing, or maybe 5%. It's one of the ones that's hard to get through people's head when something's free, because they think there's a catch to it. And it is a grant. A grant can be canceled before the deal's finished, but it hasn't happened yet.
You're right.
Free insurance, free HOA, free
auto repair.
Yeah, free auto repair, free landscaping. General contractors free. I think that's how communism is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm. I ought to get a commission on these back implants. I can't tell you how many freaking referrals I have made. Holy shit.
This thing comes in so handy. It's a charger.
Oh, yeah?
So it just keeps it when I'm portable.
Okay. Well, that one is nice because you don't have to take it off when you get your...
Yeah, it's easy. It's really...
And you've used it quite a bit?
Oh, I had no choice today, Tom, because my car, I just hooked it up.
Oh, that's right.
But I had to take Renee's. I'm like, oh, man.
What kind of car is hers?
She has the Mercedes, oh my goodness, GLE, I want to say. GLE? It's a good little car.
I love yours. What is yours?
I have the E300. Yeah. I was gonna get an S. They had a used one. It was formerly owned by the.
Are they sporty? The S's.
But, what's that now?
Are they the sport one?
The one I have, I don't think it's just.
No, the S. S.
The S. Yeah, the S. It was a nice sedan. It was nice.
Oh, a sedan. Okay.
But I just didn't want to. I think they were a little high on their price.
Yeah. Mark is getting a Model X. He's getting a
next week.
A really beautiful X.
That's cool.
I'm so jealous. I just can't do shit right now. I gotta wait.
I remember you had that one Mercedes. I can't think of the name of it though. Darn it.
The sedan.
No, it was
or the G-Wagon.
The G-Wagon was sweet, man.
Oh, I know it's sweet, but the G-Wagon is so overpriced.
Yeah,
they're so freaking overpriced. They're overpriced pieces of shit.
Are they really?
No, they're not. They're wonderful. They're not pieces of crap at all. But what I'm saying is they are overpriced. No matter how you look at it, they're overpriced.
I just bide my time, Tom. You got to just wait for the right moment. I don't like to rush into buying cars at all.
Ten seconds, guys.
My phone when I'm walking the dogs. It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome, doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
Hi, Tom Martino here. You have the Troubleshooter Show. Major Marc Mager, myself. We got executive producer Suze. We got Kachina Kalori on the phones. We got Dragon on the controls. And my guest today is Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. So I'm going to continue the condo story. So here's what happened. Frank says we're listed at this. It was a penthouse, beautiful condo. My neighbors were upset. The HOA was upset that I was asking the price I was asking on the market. It wasn't insulting, but it certainly wasn't what people thought something was worth. My neighbor said, well, this is going to be very difficult for me because I want to list mine at 1.5. And he says, and you're undercutting it. So then he listed his at 1.58. So he had some room. We listed ours at what we listed it at. It might have been 1.49 or whatever it was. Okay. This guy gets offers, we get offers. Frank presents me with the final offer, and it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.7. I made such a crap load of money on that condo, and we set all records. Still hasn't been broken. The guy that was asking that price, he ended up selling for just under his listing price. So the guy that was bitching and moaning that I asked too little sold for less than I did, and we were asking for less. That's what you call negotiating power. And I'm telling you, it's a true life story. I mean, I may not have every penny to the penny documented, but what I meant was we sold for more, we set the record, and we started out asking for less. That's the art of negotiation with Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. You stick around. Get your calls in 303-713-TALK.
Are you the...
Woohoo!
So?
Hey, does anybody know if Drew went number 2?
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Drew's like you. He can't go number 2.
I gotta go see who that is. This is my house. I guess I have to go see.
Mark.
Yes, sir, Rebob, Frank.
All right, buddy. Name the first professional wrestler who comes to your mind.
Hulk Hogan.
All right, see? I have this bet going on. If you talk to the average person on the street and ask them, most people say Hulk or The Rock. They don't say anybody else.
Undertaker.
He was.
Who's Andre the Giant?
That's a good one.
Oh, guys, one time we went to the matches. This is crazy.
Wasn't there
and
Randy somewhere?
Macho Man Randy Savage was wrestling that night, and we followed him to the hotel. I jump out of my car. I'm probably early 20s. Macho Man, I've always wanted to meet you. Really nice guy. He tells me, is that right? And I remember he signed my autograph, he signed the autograph, and I pat him on the shoulder. And I mean, that was like a pad of muscle. I've never felt so much muscle on somebody's shoulder in my life. That guy was big.
I'm so friggin' tired. I'm tired of not being able to sleep.
Oh, I think we're in the cone of silence.
Well, what happened to us?
I'm not hearing Frank.
He went dead. Dragon must have wanted us to be quiet.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm good, my friend. Thanks for asking.
Hello, hello, hello.
All those wrestlers used to have breakfast at the Executive Tower Inns after the matches. They all had reading glasses, and 4 or 5 of them would be at the same table. You know, they just had fought each other the night before.
Yeah.
You know, reading a newspaper, eating.
But see, back then they used to treat it like it was
Where'd
real.
you disappear to, Frankie?
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Mark?
I got you.
Can now.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys disappeared.
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What happened?
I don't know. It got like quiet, like crickets.
Can you hear us now, though?
Back then, they used to treat wrestling like it was real, though. They used to pretend it was real. Remember that reporter that got slapped?
Oh, pretend people. Remember, Geraldo got punched by one of them.
Oh, he got slapped upside the head. He said, "Is that fake?" That was Dr. David Schultz.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they said that was the worst guy to ever tell him it's fake to. I remember Jesse Ventura doing an interview. He says, if it were me, he says, I would have never went to him and asked him. I would have asked somebody else that. I guess that guy was pretty tough.
I guess so.
I wouldn't want to insult one of those guys. I mean, man, they're still good athletes.
Okay, Frank.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
A line here. I got to find it.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Elaine once got a job editing her girlfriend's manuscript. What was the friend's name?
Oh, my gosh. I think you stumped me on that one. I don't know. The friend's name? Gosh. Was that from like season 1 or 2?
The friend's name. Very early seasons, yes.
Okay, that's probably why I don't know.
The answer is, you ready?
I'm ready.
Well, I'm not sure. Hold on.
I'm good, buddy. Thank you.
What was the name of the air conditioner Kramer bought for Jerry? That's easy.
The air conditioner? Gosh, Mark, I think...
Yeah, what was the name of it?
I don't know.
Oh, my God, the Commando 8.
Oh, the Commando 8. All right, I got one for you. What was the Maestro's real name?
I know it, but I can't think of it because Elaine calls him it, and it goes crazy.
Yeah.
What is it?
Bob.
Bob, yep, that's it.
And he buries his head in his hands and shakes his head.
Did Elaine once date a matador named Eduardo Cucaracho?
Carocchio.
If you can text your contact information.
Carocchio.
Yeah, Carocchio.
Call you back. I do.
True or
I'm
false?
Kind of looking for one. So yeah.
Oh, true. Carocchio. Well, false actually. She made it up.
Absolutely. You can email me as well.
That's right. False.
Sure.
Carocchio, Tom. No, Tom, the reason I can't have pizza, so 5 days a week, it's like chicken and fish. That's it, right?
Yeah.
And then on the weekend, I can have pizza. But I let myself have a cheat day on the weekend. But I have to stay strict all week. Yeah. And Wednesday night's fish night, by the way. Give me another
I
one,
had
Mark.
soup. Okay, let's see here. Too late.
Yesterday and more. Plus reporter Ami Horowitz. He's the guy out there in the street showing what's really going on and more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. We're talking personal economy today, things that can help you enhance your wealth, enhance your everyday life, or take away from it. One of the things we're talking about is real estate with Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We have him here today. We've been talking about when you buy into a neighborhood, do you buy into the lower end, the upper end? If you can, you buy into the lower end, your appreciation will be helped by the better properties around you. It's not so bad to have a medium or lower priced home in a neighborhood. Don't ever put in too much money on a home. And there are some improvements that do absolutely no good to a home that a lot of people believe they do. So let's talk about that. Frank Duran, what improvements to a home don't really count when it goes to sell? Is there anything or not?
You know, Tom, I would say this. They all add up to something, I suppose, but I would think
But you've seen what people are not so turned on by and things that really turn people on. So let's talk about the stuff that doesn't make such a big splash.
I'd say the things that don't make such a big splash is if somebody says, okay, I'm going to replace the light fixtures with something like real expensive or,
yeah,
you know, I'm not saying that they don't matter. They do. But they don't have the impact like a beautiful kitchen or flooring or an updated bathroom.
Okay.
And just a big difference. Or somebody's, or for instance, like back to what we were talking, oh, I put new solar panels on. You know, that's not going to have the same significance.
What about windows?
Windows?
Do people even look at windows, or do they look at the whole house?
See, Tom, they certainly do, but I would say that's another one of those things where the person says, okay, right price, right area. Oh, I walk in. Oh, I love this home. Oh, it has new windows. Great. The windows is kind of that added bonus.
Okay, so it's not like because of the windows.
Sure, yeah, I wouldn't say that would draw them in necessarily. You know, that wouldn't be one of the key factors that draws them in. And many times sellers will tell me, they'll give me a list of things that they've done, improvements, and I'll tell them, look, here's what I think would really help you here. Let's do the key things that's going to draw the buyer in. Let's hold these in our back pocket. Now they come in, they like the home. Oh, by the way, did you know it also has this? No, I don't. Oh, my God. Now I'm even more excited about what I'm doing.
All right. Somebody asked, what about swimming pools?
I would tell you in my experience, I've never seen a swimming pool add value, and it's going to be hit and miss because you get, and I've sold homes with swimming pools.
I've heard some people, it's a detriment.
Some of them, yeah, you're right. It'll be a detriment. And others say, oh, neat, a swimming pool. But that's not the reason they buy.
And built-in hot tubs, things like that?
Now, those are nice for good negotiating trade-offs sometimes, or, well, I guess they're built in. I guess they'd be more permanent. But I had one recently, Tom. This is great, and this is a good example of not giving away things for free. I had a seller, and they said, hey, we have this hot tub. We'd like to leave it. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. If the buyer doesn't want it, what do you do? She says, well, we could just take it. I said, okay, then here's my advice to you. My advice to you is never offer something away for free. Save this because you could use it later in the transaction if they like it.
Okay.
So long story short, lo and behold, the buyer did want the hot tub. And the seller says, okay, well, let's follow your advice. We said, well, we'll think about it. We didn't say yes or no.
Yeah.
Now we get to the inspection, and they gave us a big laundry list, Tom, of things they want it fixed. It was a pretty long list. This is where we save this in our back pocket. So what we did, now there was a lot of strategy we really can't get into right now, but at the very end, we came back and says, look, I think your buyers mentioned they wanted the hot tub. Is that right? Yes, right? Okay. If the seller were to leave this hot tub, could we trade that off in lieu of the things you're asking for? And they came back and said yes.
Okay.
Now,
And she didn't want it to begin with.
no, she didn't want. So it didn't cost my seller anything. And on the same token, it had a higher perceived value because we saved it. We didn't give it away up front for free. So one of the rules I tell you in a negotiation, Tom, is never give away something for free because you lose perceived value when you do it.
And
that way.
pool table.
Yeah, same type of thing.
Okay, same type of thing.
I would agree, yeah.
Okay. Do man caves help? One guy wants to know, he has an awesome man cave. Does it help sell a home?
It depends on the buyer, Tom, because, right, you get buyer A that comes in, and my gosh, that speaks volumes to them. Buyer B comes and says, gee, I'm getting rid of this, and I'm going to turn it into what I want to make it into. So it doesn't necessarily raise the value, but to a certain buyer, that might get them more excited about buying the home.
What do you find as far as numbers of bedrooms? Magic number or not? More the better or what?
I would say typically, when buyers shop that we work with, typically they're going to say 3 or more bedrooms. There are some exceptions to that rule, of course, but I would say 3 or more bedrooms is typically the minimum criteria most of our buyers look for.
Okay, let me go to my notes here because I should have had them up. People are asking all kinds of weird questions.
Hey, Tom, when Frank negotiated my house out here in Franktown, I mean, he absolutely killed it. But then we move in, and the people left the oldest big screen TV you've ever seen in your life in our basement. So then Frank called up and strong-armed him to get it picked up. So they basically paid another $500 to get rid of it.
Man, it was a big giant. Okay, and speaking of that, Frank, home theaters, I don't think you ever see anymore in house. Remember how houses had a dedicated home theater, the upper end houses, and it was considered the shiznits, man.
Yeah.
Because they would have like theater seating and sometimes, and I thought they were pretty damn cool. But Mark, I don't think you've seen homes anymore recently with home theaters, have you?
Not like rooms like that. I agree with that.
No, they build them in. They build everything. Is that right, Frank? Do they build them in?
Yeah, I see them more built in nowadays. And excuse me, and from time
Into
to
the
time,
house itself.
Correct.
Yeah. Do you ever see any dedicated home?
I just came from one actually a few days ago that did that. What they did is they built it. They actually hired a contractor.
Wow.
To build like these. I don't even know how to like these steps where the chairs can sit like a movie theater.
Yeah.
It had a screen. It was really nice.
It's tiered.
Yeah, it was tiered. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, really nice.
No, they are nice. But, you know, when I had a home theater back in the day, it was a beautiful home theater. But what I found was when we're up in the family room and we're watching TV, we didn't feel like just getting up and going to that room because it took away the intimacy of a family gathering. It was like we're all sitting facing forward on tiered seats.
Yeah.
And it was kind of weird. It was like you couldn't interact and talk. And when we had guests and we went in there, that was the same thing. It wasn't like we were like visiting. It was like you're at a freaking movie.
Yeah, they're neat to look at though.
Okay, so home theaters, I would say, are not that important. Solar, like, there's a lot of stuff that, oh, that's nice, but not the actual driving force. Okay, if you had to pick a driving force, what would it be? I think siding is so important. People don't understand this, but siding and windows for the exterior part of a home, I think is very important. Because the siding, if it's dilapidated or the old T111 or crap, I mean, you want to see something that you know is going to stand the test of time and that presents well. So I would tell people before they even bother on the inside, because I've seen houses that are pieces of crap on the outside and inside they've spent all their money. Yeah. So what do you think about exteriors of homes?
Well, you know, Tom, great, because I'll tell you, especially in this market right now where buyers are maybe a little more cash poor because of higher interest rates and those types of things, the first perception they see, okay, the outside doesn't look very good. The first thing that they're thinking is, gee, I'm going to have to put money into that.
Right, exactly.
So I agree with that 1,000%, that if you can have that first impression makes a big difference before they even walk into the property.
And don't you feel, you've said this before, allowances, you don't like listing a home and having siding allowance or floor allowance or this allowance or that allowance. That's something you can throw in for negotiations, but you don't want to do it up front. Explain that.
Well, Tom, let me give you a really good example. Okay, this is a home I sold in Denver. This was an older Denver home built in the mid 1950s. Right directly across the street. These are very similar size homes, basically the same square footage. The home across the street put a little over $100,000 in upgrades into it. I mean, the place was sharp. You should have saw the basement on it.
Okay.
They sell for their asking price at $725. Mine was like stepping in a time warp like the old Brady Bunch era. There was nothing done. There was no updates, green carpet, you name it, just nothing was done. And the seller asked me, should I put any upgrades, Frank? And I said, my advice is absolutely not. My advice is let's put more net profit in your pocket. So she's okay. We sold as is. So we strategically leveraged our price. So the home across the street, same home, $725.
Right.
We put ours at $625 leveraged.
What?
We ended up selling for $653. So look at the net profit I put in my seller's pocket.
Right.
They spent $100,000 to make $725. Now look at the price difference of $653 versus $725. That wasn't a huge difference. They actually spent more on upgrading that home, but didn't get the value back.
Oh,
we had better net.
So what
profit.
you're looking for is that sweet spot, as you call it.
Absolutely.
How do you calculate it, Frank?
I study everything, Tom. I look at the history of the area. I look at the percentage homes have been going up per month. I look at the supply and demand, and there's so many factors I look at.
You know what's funny, Mark? He doesn't look that smart, does he?
My wife says the same thing.
Oh, jeez.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More right after this.
iHeartRadio straight from the studio with Elton John.
This is one of the greatest musical experiences of my life, and I've had a lot of great musical experiences. The amount of songs we wrote so quickly and the musicianship by everyone involved, and considering that in 20 days we wrote 14 songs and 10 are coming out on the record, and for me it's immaculate. That's incredible.
Hear Elton John's music, including his new album, Who Believes in Angels, on the iHeartRadio app.
You know, Financing 101 tells you to get rid of high interest debt. Now, listen, we're in unprecedented times right now. People are unsure of the stock market. People are unsure of everything. One thing you can be sure of, high interest debt is just going to add to your burden. American Financing has come up with such a great plan for you. A home equity loan or a refi with now rates dipping into the fives, you can beat the hell out of that high interest debt. Credit cards are like 16, 18, 24%. If you are paying high interest debt, stop it. Call American Financing. Now, I've partnered with them because I believe consumers need to get rid of high interest debt. You can convert it and have as much time as you need to pay for it, or you just leave it on the house. But listen, you're in control and you're not stressed. The average customer is saving like $800 a month. I urge you to call American Financing. My friends over there will get you fixed up. 303-695-7000. No upfront fees for anything. Pure, unadulterated information on your situation. AmericanFinancing.net. 303-695-7000. If you're in trouble and you need a defense attorney, Joe Lazzara. Don't go to the internet now and start searching when you're in trouble. You're going to make stupid decisions. And don't ever give money up front to an attorney you don't know and trust. They have to have a legal trust account for you. And Joe Lazzara doesn't do anything at all up front. He doesn't charge you a dime when you talk to him. If you decide to hire him, it's a flat rate for everything from beginning to end. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. Lazzara, Lazzara. Look for Joe Lazzara at referralist.com or lazzaralegal.com.
NMLS 182334. NMLS Consumer.
Oh no, is this Phil that we know and love?
I'm not sure if it's the same one.
Mark, is this the Phil that buried his phone and thought he lost it, then remembered he buried it? Wasn't that the story?
It's probably the Phil that I've helped out numerous times and you kiss off.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
It's the one that I pay attention to.
Yes, of
you
course.
didn't realize he didn't lose his wallet; he buried it.
No, the wallet. It was the
Anybody
wallet.
would have known
Drinking
that.
Jack Daniels.
Yeah, I can't
Dragon
go
knew
number two
that.
anymore.
Can't
The
go number two
deputies knew
anymore.
that. You were the only one that didn't understand what he was laying down.
Urgent notice that my car, I need to renew my service plan.
Huh.
I guess my factory warranty is up this year, isn't it?
Tom bought a service plan?
No.
No, it's my regular warranty is up.
Yeah, it's regular
The
one.
Beamer?
Yeah, I think it's a 3-year. My Beamer's a 22, though. 23, 24. Oh, yeah, it would be this year, 25. Who wants to buy my Beamer? Come on, you two morons. You get a great deal. I'll give you a great deal. I want to buy an X, and I want it to be faster than Mark's. So please help me out. I would
take up the
get, tell
funds
Mark,
for
be
you.
honest. Wouldn't 60 be a deal for my Beamer? Be honest. Of course it would.
Be a great deal.
That's $120,000.
I think you paid like $130.
I only have
110.
30,000 miles on it. Yeah.
I'll give you 18.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Sure. I can't go number 2 anymore.
Cash.
19.5.
No, 60 is a great deal for that car. You can't even touch it.
So's 19.5.
30,000 miles is like
Okay,
new.
20.
60 grand.
Okay,
Except for all the
19.
curb shots.
19's my final offer.
No, Mark, those wheels are replaced. I couldn't even get them fixed.
Oh,
Fall off?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
I can't. Yeah, we ought to have
Yeah,
the
I
best.
can't go
Wait a
number 2
minute.
anymore.
Let's have a surprise. Wait. I want to have a contest tomorrow for the best Drew voice.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
I can't go number 2 anymore. I can't go number 2 anymore. Is that good? Tom, I just want you to know I'm praying against you.
You need the Jersey accent.
I'm praying that you go to the gates of hell. Especially that Mark. He was such a bad person to me. And he made that guy withdraw the $20.
I could not believe you got his money taken away.
I did not get his money taken away.
He cursed you, by the way.
He cursed both of us.
Yeah, and you screwed up his
No.
He cursed you too, Mark.
10
I heard
seconds.
Area Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Let's talk to Phil. Phil, what's happening?
Hello to my neighbors down in the oasis of Franktown. I got a question on siding.
Yes.
We had cedar siding. We upgraded to the Hardy board, which we love. Pretty pricey, but would that be an added value to an outright added value to a house sale?
Okay, so he went from cedar siding to Hardy. What do you think, Frank Duran?
I'd say once again that's preference. What's that saying? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I think to one person they might see something in that, but they still got to be able to like the home and the price point. So I don't know if that necessarily adds value, but to certain buyers, they're going to say, "Boy, that's a nice touch. I like that." That's really the cherry on top.
Well, I want to ask you this something first, Phil. What was the cedar siding like as far as condition?
Oh, it was terrible. We had the flicker woodpecker, the big ones, just drilling holes in the side of the house every single year.
Now,
we had
why-
repainted it probably. We've had the house for. Go ahead.
No, I just want. Why did you go with James Hardy?
For mostly the maintenance cost, very little maintenance. It was very pricey, but that color impregnated cement board, the birds and the squirrels, but there's a lot less maintenance to it. Also.
And what is it? Does it look really beautiful?
Oh, it looks great. Ours is a darkish brown with white trim, and it looks great. And all the neighbors say you got to bring it home there. When they
Phil.
drive by.
Phil, I
It
know
looks good.
people that are just elated with their James Hardy siding, and they love it. And also, isn't it impervious to hail?
It is to a point. I mean, you can have some of the hail we have here, could probably do some superficial damage to it, but they claim that it is. But,
Okay.
you know how that goes.
What else did you look at? Did you ever look at maybe doing a stucco or anything else, or did you just go straight to James Hardy?
No, our neighbor across the street did stucco, and that came out pretty good, but they're having problems with some of it flaking off already, after about, I think, 4 years.
Well, that's because it wasn't done right,
that
because
was
stucco should be like stone if done correctly. All right, thank you, Phil, for that comment. Frank Duran says it's nice, but it's probably not going to make or break a sale, unless, of course, it was just a piece of garbage before. Now, Frank, somebody here wants to know about brick homes. Do brick homes have a special place in people's hearts?
Do they have a special place?
Yeah, like, do people say, oh, wow, brick, that's great, no maintenance?
Boy, Tom, another good question. I cannot recall any buyer or they'll ever say no because it's brick, I'm going to buy.
Or say yes because or no because.
Right, but I'll say this too. I sell enough of these homes where certain areas, if they're in a certain price point, certain areas are going to have a lot more brick homes anyway. So it's kind of even playing field.
Okay, here's what I want to say. And I just feel this way. I feel that stone, not brick, but stone on a house is an absolute eye catcher for curb appeal. It gives a certain elegance to it. Real stone, well, I don't know if it's real stone, but that stone facade, either halfway up or maybe a lot of houses have one whole section.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, yeah, absolutely, because of the cost. And something like stucco, same thing, Tom, in certain price points, that can make a big difference. If let's say you had two similar sized homes, one's stucco, one's not, or one's stone, one's not, that can make a difference.
All right. So there is a joke my wife and I have when we're driving through a neighborhood.
Yeah.
And there's two kinds of houses. One is the Joanna Gaines house.
Yeah.
They're Twin Peaks. Have you ever seen them? They're coming up all over. Yeah. I mean, they're exactly the same house where you have a peak like with a dormer, with the peak on one, and so there's Twin Peaks, one on the left, one on the right, with a little thing connecting them in the middle.
Okay.
Have you seen them? I know you've seen them.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Twin Peaks. They're usually black because that's what she advocates.
Yeah.
Some of them make them dark gray. Some make them blue or whatever. But I call them Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's all Joanna Gaines.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing the influence that TV shows have on neighborhoods.
Right.
But the other one we joke about, Frank Lloyd Wright was the first guy that came out and started making, back then it looked like space age homes. They were all geometric, square, rectangle. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Okay, I call them Frank Lloyd wrong because they suck.
Yeah.
They're the most unappealing homes in the world. They're what you call modern. And what's really amazing to me, even today, we call them modern, meaning more modern than today, because architecture never went that way.
Yeah.
But every now and then you have this beautiful conventional homes in a neighborhood, really rich neighborhood, and in the middle you have this square piece of crap with a like a lean-to roof, and it's like it's steel and black or steel and white or light steel or red steel. I have never seen. Okay, I want to ask you: have you sold any of those Frank Lloyd wrong homes?
Tom, I don't think so.
You haven't listed any of them?
I don't recall ever. No.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
I think I do.
You drive through a neighborhood, they stick out like a sore thumb. Mark, do you know what I'm talking about?
If I have, I don't recall.
Mark, do you know those?
For the most part.
Those modern, so-called, they look like out of George Jetson, They have... I call them, they're definitely a derivation of Frank Lloyd Wright. Frank Lloyd Wright, if you look him up, was this geometric kind of modern designer. I mean, he's done some fabulous buildings and everything. Probably one of the most famous architects ever to live, right? Frank Lloyd Wright. But the houses just suck. And I'm wondering if people ever say, yeah, I want to get one of those kinds of houses. I just wondered. And, so it's just one of those things that you think, gosh, dang it. Can you believe it? So Frank Lloyd Wright, in my opinion, was the worst thing that ever happened to houses. But there they are, Frank. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Let's see.
Those kinds of houses. You know what I mean? They're just like, and the decks have like walls, solid concrete walls, and they're so unattractive. Look it up online if you guys don't know what I'm talking about. He did make a lot of interior designs as well, and furniture and all of that stuff. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some good news through the downtown area. We did have a stalled vehicle in the right lane I-25 northbound just before the exit to 6th Avenue, jamming things up back from Alameda. It does look like things have completely cleared. We should be seeing speeds return to normal, other than your usual stop-ups on that 6th Avenue exit from I-25. I-25 southbound, no complaints through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from TIA this afternoon. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
Vestera Turnkey. While we're talking about real estate, let's talk about being a landlord, but without the conventional risks and hassles. That's what Barry Miller and his team at Vestera Turnkey do. First, they research the hottest markets in the country for equity appreciation. They help you buy a house, get it under management, and sell it, all for 30 to 80% returns a year, depending on the hold time, never more than 3 years. VesteraTurnkey.com to find out more. I'm partnering with them for people that want to do retirement money for those kind of investments. Find out more at 303-888-3788, VesteraTurnkey.com. And while we're talking about real estate, let's not forget O'Brien Legal Services. Brad O'Brien and his whole firm, they deal in real estate. If you're a landlord and you want to navigate these new choppy waters of tenants' rights and what to do, and by the way, I'm not saying tenants' rights a bad thing, but for a landlord, it's very complicated, especially when it comes to getting rid of a tenant or evictions. Call O'Brien Legal Services to get the way to do it the right way. 720-370-7388. Anything real estate, olslaw.com. I didn't get your text, Kelly. I don't know what you mean by, like.
She stepped away. I'll have her chat it when she comes back.
I don't believe it. She's right next to you.
No, I know it's very odd for her to step
Did
away.
Did the Nuggets fire their
There's
coach?
no way.
Correct.
And their GM.
Correct.
Why? I mean, I thought they were doing great, no?
They're on the edge of the playoffs.
And considering they're the reigning champion.
A couple years ago.
Was that too? How'd they do last year?
Did playoffs but lost.
Got it.
Mark.
Sir.
Nobody can beat the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Only the one that can beat him is, what is it, the Generals?
Yeah, the Washington
Generals.
No, the Generals can't beat them. The Generals are patsies.
No, don't they usually win or no?
No, the Globetrotters always win.
The Globetrotters always win. It's like professional wrestling.
I didn't know that. I've seen the Globetrotters
I heard
twice.
Their weave is illegal in the NBA.
Oh yeah, it's all entertainment. I used to love Metal Arc Lemon though.
I know.
And before he passed away, I had him on Facebook, and I said something nice about him, and he actually gave me a thumbs up, which I thought was kind of nice.
And then there were the Harlem Wizards, their counterpart.
Was it the Harlem Wizards?
Yeah.
They were. I thought the Globetrotters were great back in the 70s. You know.
They really entertained well.
Oh, yeah.
Do they have anything like it anymore?
They do. They still travel. It's just not the same.
They still have the Globetrotters.
Just the way he was with the ball. And the guys today, they're good, but they're not like he was. You know what I'm saying? He'd spend hours in front of a mirror just practicing.
Frank Lloyd wrong.
Boy, you are You're just on that.
Have you ever seen those houses, Mark? I know you've seen them. If there was one
Yeah.
next to you, you'd be pissed.
They just built a cool new house up on one of the mountains around here. Do you see it when you fly over here? It's like a big square. It's beautiful.
No, where would it be from your house? North, south, east, or west?
Let me think about that. Probably northwest.
Northwest. And is there a little high
It's less
peak?
than, I think, it's a high peak for sure. I think it only got finished like in the last 6 months. It's nice. It's probably got one of the best views in the neighborhood.
I don't recall seeing anything particularly outstanding in the Northwest. You know what's really funny, Mark? I don't know how many times I've been down there, but each time it takes me a while to get that fucking cul-de-sac and your house in view. It's like no matter how many times I go, it's not familiar.
It's all the trees.
But we stirred up quite the neighborhood conversation. I'm not sure I should be down there anymore.
Everybody loves it.
Was there anyone pissed? Well, is that like a next
Nope.
door? Is that like a next door that you have there that get?
It's
Facebook
neighborhood. Yeah.
Oh, Facebook.
Tom Martino Show.
Okay, so it's a
10
bunch of
seconds here,
Facebook
guys.
people. They even tracked my flight through FlightAware.
NREV.com. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
This hour brought to you by American Financing. 303-695-7000. Get rid of high interest debt. Mortgages have dipped into the fives, and they can do home equity loans with no money up front to get this started. 303-695-7000. All right. Now, we have I have some texts I wanted to get to. I sold my house by owner with zero issues. I looked at comparable properties myself. I was firm on my asking price. Well, that doesn't mean you did a great job, but okay. Who knows what you could have done, right? And then when the buyer's agent presented me with an offer, I paid a broker $200 to review it. And then I got my asking price and was out only $200 for the entire transaction. Well,
but how do you know you didn't leave $20,000 on the table?
That's the point I'm trying to make. Just because he got his asking price, Frank has always gotten me my ask. In fact, he's always gotten me more than an asking price. In fact, I never knew I could get what he wanted me to get, and I would always. It always starts out the same. Frank, why are we asking so little, and why are we getting so much? I mean, it's like, how do we know what you could have sold?
It's the same thing he did to me.
Yeah. I mean, I at some point I just had to sit back and anyway, so someone said, Tom, aren't water heaters glass lined? And you said a sacrificial anode keeps the tank from being rotted. Yes, newer tanks are glass lined, but listen carefully. There are always tiny imperfections in the glass lining that develop over time, and the tanks can still rot out being glass lined. Mind you, it takes a lot longer, but it can be rotted out. You still need sacrificial anode replacement to keep those tanks forever. Now, Andrew, what is your question, sir? Go ahead, Andrew.
I was just curious, just piggybacking on the brick home prep question. I've seen some homeowners actually paint over the brick, and I mean, some of them look amazing, but I don't know if there's any loss of value because of that, or
if you talk to a purist and they see paint over brick, they can't stand it. I mean, it really defeats the whole purpose of the non-maintenance. It defeats the entire purpose. But Frank, do you know if it makes a difference when it actually comes to sale?
Boy, Tom, I think once again, and I've seen that, and I think it just depends on the buyer, and it depends on why they're buying, because I've seen people not even care that it was painted. Don't even care. I like the home. Works for me.
I think that's really the truth, Andrew. It really depends. If you get a purist, though, that wants a brick house, they're never going to accept paint. Now, do you have a brick home?
Yes. And it's actually like a green brick, and it's got like two different tones and kind of like a texture on the brick too.
Do you not like it, or do you like it?
No, I like it, but I remember when we were looking at homes, there were some of them that we looked at that they painted over the brick, and it looked beautiful, but I just didn't know if there was any loss in value. Because,
no, the value that's all a matter of perception, and it's all subjective. There is no rule of thumb on that. Thank you for calling, Andrew. Steve Moss.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Steve Moss is here to talk about. What do we call it? It's not microbrewing. What is it, Steve?
Rock and roll brewery.
I know, but what is rock and roll brewery? What are they considered? Small batch breweries? They're not home breweries. They're not microbreweries. What are they called? What classification?
Delicious beer brewery.
Steve? Is he there? I thought he was on the line.
Hello.
Hey, Steve, what do you classify your brewery as? What yours and others that size? What are they?
Well, some people call microbrewery would be something that a small brewery that distributes, or a brew pub would be, a place where you can go and, eat and have drinks.
But you don't have the brew pub, right? You don't have the pub anywhere. You just have your microbrewery, right?
No, it used to be like that. And I used to just distribute or, sell at the racetrack or festivals. But now everything has changed. I got approved for local permit with the county and the state to have now brewery visits. And it's going to start May 3rd. I can only do it 6 months a year. Because it's sort of a residential ranch area, they put restrictions on.
So wait. So you're seasonal?
Starting May 3rd.
It's seasonal.
It's seasonal. Yes, it's warm weather. It's going to be May 3rd this year it starts. So it's May through October every year, and every Saturday from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. And it's by appointment. If you go to the website, rockandroll.beer, that's not .com, it's rock and roll. It can be N or A-N-D, rockandroll.beer. Go under appointments, scheduling, and you can schedule, let's say, you could start scheduling for May 3rd. So it'll be like homebrew, clubs or the general public. There is a policy, a policy with people to sign to make sure it's responsible and not rowdy. And, I got to keep my place clean because of the location.
Now, I want to ask a few things. So am I to take that it's May 3rd through October, but only on Saturdays?
Only Saturday from 2 p.m. There's three different time slots you can book when you're on the website, but it's 2 p.m. through 9 p.m. and it's a beer garden. There'll be things to do like cornhole games and stuff like that, and we'll have 17 different beers to choose from. We have a lot of stuff for sale, really cool stuff. They can buy package if they want, but it's generally packaged liquor is going to be cheaper in a liquor store somewhere.
All right,
but
I
anyway,
already got a text about it.
We also have one.
Hold on, I already got a text about it.
We also have one special event.
We also have one special event a year. We're talking over each other. It's my fault. I have a text I need to get to. They want to know, can they book a Saturday only for their group, for their event?
That's funny. I was just on the website when you guys called me. I'm putting that link on there right now. In a few minutes, it'll be on there. You can book 2 different time slots for weddings, corporate events, parties, brew clubs or whatever. I'm going to have it where you can do from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. and then 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. 2 different slots. And you can book them both if you wanted the whole. You'd have to book. You have to pay a deposit. I'm coming up with what that would cost to reserve it. Everything's going to be pretty affordable though, because Tom, as you know, I make my living writing jingles and stuff like that, like the Tree Farm jingle.
Right.
So I don't care about how much money I make with beer. I just love doing it.
Yeah, and you have great beer. Mark, didn't you try his beers?
This is exciting.
Mark?
I have tried everything he makes, man. They're delicious.
Yeah. So, Steve, what is the weirdest...
I'm going to I'll get out there on May 3rd if we're in town for sure.
Steve, what is the...
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I may have entertainment sometimes. It's going to be, we're not going to do a big, giant, loud concert because of the area, but we'll have, maybe a small Cajun band and a corn roast
Well, why don't you give the
Cajun
area?
boil or
Where is it
something. We're gonna have
located?
some fun.
Give the location.
It's well, they have to book it. They can't just show up here, but it's unincorporated Weld County, across the street from Firestone city limits. But it's go on the website and the address will be there.
All right.
At rockandroll.beer.
Okay, rockandroll.beer.
It's it's far enough away from Longmont so we don't have the automotive, all the scams that go on with the automotive people in Longmont, right, Tom?
Oh, Greeley has a bunch of automotive scams too. In fact, if you want to know the truth, Weld County, the government up there, they're a bunch of corrupt a-holes, if you want to know the truth. But I mean,
Well, they just passed me, so I'm not going to say something too mean.
No. I don't want you to get involved in that. I don't want them to come down on you because of me. So listen, Saturdays. Now, if people want to get a hold of your beer, though, where can they buy it?
Okay, well, let me just go over the capacity first. On the Saturdays, it's no more than 25 at a time. On any given Saturday, and then I get one special event a year. And right now I have August 2nd on there, but we haven't decided exactly. We'll post all that stuff and advertise with it. But one special event, I can have up to 75 people at one time, and that would be from 2 in the afternoon till 10 at night. But I only get one of those a year. So maybe we could do K-How, Tom Martino K-How Bash to raise money for something.
That might be cool. So listen, people
a
can get a hold of you.
Charity or something.
People can get a hold of you, rockandroll.beer. I have a few questions. I can't believe the lush crowd we must have because I got 3 texts since you've been started, but I haven't had a chance to ask you, but I'll do it right after this. There are beer-related questions coming up. How's that for a tease on the Troubleshooter Show?
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Some good news through the downtown area. We did have a stalled vehicle in the right lane I-25 northbound just before the exit to 6th Avenue. Jamming things up back from Alameda. Does look like things have completely cleared. We should be seeing speeds return to normal other than your usual stop-ups on that 6th Avenue exit from I-25. I-25 southbound, no complaints through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing through to and from TIA this afternoon. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an episode with the great actor and musician, Jeff Daniels. Jeff Daniels on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Earlier in this show, we had a guy call and said, I'm using Red Rocks Roof and Solar to do a solar system on my home. And next door, I have next door to my house here, my lot, I have an extra half acre. They're putting a solar farm on it, and I'm going to make $30,000 to $40,000 a year positive cash flow. Think about that. Red Rocks is so creative when it comes to solar systems. For commercial operations, you can actually get them paid for if you qualify for a REAP grant, and you yourself can also make positive cash flow. Solar systems are not your grandfather's solar system anymore. They can fulfill all kinds of needs. Give them a call, redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449, 704-2449. If you're hurt in a crash, in anything related to traffic, and you are either a pedestrian on a bicycle, motorcycle, or you're in a car, truck, SUV, you need help, John Fuller will answer your questions. Here's the most important message. You can call him under no obligation and talk to him before you hire any lawyer. No lawyers like to do that before you hire them. John Fuller will talk to you, give you free advice, let you know what you should do and when you should do it. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, but never any out of pocket. Give him a call at the first sign of trouble. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
One time, something like the driver that called me was at fault, and we don't handle that.
So what Kelly's trying to get at is, why are you here?
Who does that attorney get?
No, that's not it at all. I want to leave.
Contact his insurance
I want
company.
to leave. That's what I'm after.
I don't think it's like...
Hey. thought I was going to be stuck in here because Numbnuts was going to be on his own porch.
Yeah, you did. I kind of I remember
that too.
But I think there was a little more to the
That's
story.
not the case. And I'm walking here.
Because
I think he would represent. Well,
a lot of times,
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. I know nothing
Right.
about any of the
He needs
computers.
to do it.
I came in this morning and everything was fine.
You run a red light?
Fixed.
It was fun. We had a lot of
guess
fun.
maybe
It's always fun. It's always fun.
I was here yesterday. Nobody said anything about
Right.
it.
I guess.
And I remember the first time you had me in studio years
Yeah,
ago.
so
I was
the
so nervous.
main one,
But it
when I
worked
got
out.
in last night, we had like the black screen of death
In fact, I didn't know you were
on
going to have me
Dan's
on.
show, but it was
Told me to follow
fine
me.
because
We were talking to
Dan
whatever
was
the doors that say
Yeah.
troubleshooter. We were talking in there.
Where the insurance company would have to
So-
represent the guy.
Yeah.
Keep from paying.
No, yeah, Dom and Noah came up and they reset it downstairs and then came up and, I don't know, did some squirrely stuff.
They flipped the switch.
It was fine, but I am so happy you're here so I can go take a walk.
I think missed the.
Can you believe there's a dot beer?
A what beer?
A dot beer.
Wherever Steve Moss lives.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
They're the ones that set the rule. Because he said it's kind of in a residential.
Hulk Hogan
He
has his
was
own
like
line of
your-
beer out called Real American Beer.
Yeah.
But it's like, none of
Kinda
us have
capitalized on
business
Trump
in
thing.
here, but we'll allow you to do it on Saturdays, 6 months a year. And I don't know if Tim got that based on his comments.
This is a cool outfit he has going on here.
Still pissed off at goddamn Houston. 2 points. Ugh. I hate Florida.
I got a lot I got to do today.
Busy day, buddy?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, that's
Not terribly, but
I had Houston. I watched
Time management is key.
and I was
write my
like,
schedules out every Sunday.
First of
Well,
all, I
actually,
knew they
usually
were
every
gonna-
Saturday. Because I
Yeah,
have to
that
have
was
everything ready to go for the week. Otherwise, it's just chaos.
it was just first of all, I had Purdue going out the second freaking round. That's how much, you know. I had him on my team. But no, I had Houston going. Now, okay. Let's see. What was I? I just said 3,000. My CBS ranking 3,672. Yes.
10 seconds, guys.
As Attorney General, will someone like, I don't know, George Brockler run against her to stop that from happening? The 23rd DA joins me Tuesday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Steve, we're talking to Steve Moss, a microbrewer, rock and roll beer.
Yep.
He runs an advertising agency. He does this on the side, but it's become a major passion for him to where he distributes his beer, rock and roll beer. He distributes to local stores and also to the raceway. Is it, you're still doing the racetrack, right, Steve?
Yes, sir, and that's a good subject because wholesale really kills a small brewery. After the price of what it costs me to brew, and I'm not cheap. That's why my beer tastes so good. I put money in that stuff, and I really sell it to wholesale and liquor stores about the same price as what it costs me. So I don't make anything. So right now, now that this is approved, you can only get our beer at our beer garden or at Colorado National Speedway.
Oh, really?
I do still sponsor I sponsor the beer garden there. I sponsor race divisions, pure stocks, and they sell my beer there. So you can only get it at the. I'm still going to take care of those guys. They always take care of me. So you're going to buy our beer at the racetrack and in our beer garden, and that's the only place you're going to get it.
Wow!
And it's good stuff.
And when does the racetrack open?
Their first race is, I believe, May. I think it's probably May 3rd, the same day we're have our first event, and it'll be throughout the season, and we'll still go out there and bring our tent and still sell stuff once in a while and let them sell our beer, but we'll probably just sell merchandise. It's messy with two liquor licenses together. The state does not like that. They don't like it where you're using two liquor licenses together selling retail. So, we won't sell retail out there, but we'll sell our merchandise.
All right, let's talk about...
mention in our little beer garden.
Yeah, let's talk about flavors.
What's the weirdest... our little beer garden? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead with your beer garden first.
Well, I just wanted to say it's a small setting, but it'll be fun. We're going to put one of those soccer pool. You ever see that? It's like soccer balls. It looks like a big pool table on the ground, and you use soccer balls for the pool balls.
Oh, cool.
And you kick it with your feet.
Cool.
And we're looking at putting in a small miniature golf, just free. It won't cost anything to play it.
But let's
Frisbee
talk about
golf.
And cornhole.
Can we talk about the beer, since that's what we're talking about? What are the weirdest flavors that you have? The weirdest flavors.
I've got some weird ones. I got a sourpuss is a sour. It's a German Dunkelweizen German blueberry sour, and it's my lightest beer taste wise, and it's my lightest beer alcohol wise, but it's black. I mean, if you put it up to the light, you'll see a little blue. It's really good. It's really interesting. And then we got a pineapple pit stop. I did that one. That's a triple IPA. It's a 9% alcohol. That one, you got to be careful. We serve that in real small glasses. But that one's for the racetrack I did, and it's actually a picture of me racing on that can. So we got some pretty weird ones.
Okay, so
we got like a lot of breweries have flavored beers.
All right.
He's got great IPAs.
What is the most
I like that the best, yeah. Myself.
What is the most popular flavor?
I would say that Zombie Jam, if you look, you look on the internet, there was a famous English author, brew author from England that toured the United States in the 80s and early 90s, and I'm written in his book. That's how long I've been brewing.
I got to take a break.
I'm only 27 years
for
old.
more information for him. And Frank Duran, the real estate man, has been our guest today. Frank, thank you so much for being here. You can always reach Frank at 303-920-1622. Save all your problems for me.
Hey, you guys are clear.
See you, man.